I know you're ready to let go and drift into a peaceful sleep, relaxing with the help of this video. But before you do, don't forget to like and subscribe. It really motivates me to create more videos like this. And I'd love to know, what time are you listening to this and where are you from? Is there a story or character you'd like me to tell next? Leave a comment and share your peaceful space with me. Tonight, I'd like to share with you a special story, a small gift from my heart dedicated to a friend, a viewer on the channel who requested it. He is bravely overcoming a challenging surgery. These are moments of relaxation, gentle yet full of emotion, and I hope they will bring you comfort and hope. Let's listen together and let our minds be carried away by this story, feeling the relief and peace in every word. Story Dollhouse in the Moonlight. In a forgotten corner of a northern land where the wind sang through endless pine forests and the stars burned brighter than anywhere else, there was a tiny village called Frostvale. It was a place so small that the world seemed to have overlooked it, tucked away like a secret whispered only to the trees. The villagers lived simply their lives woven into the rhythm of the seasons, chopping wood in autumn, tending fires through winter, and planting rye when spring softened the earth. Among them was a girl named Alina, 12 years old, with hair the color of summer wheat and eyes like the clear blue of a frozen lake. She lived in a modest wooden cottage at the edge of the village where the forest pressed close, its shadows spilling over the doorstep. Alina shared the cottage with her grandmother Ilara, a weaver whose hands moved like magic over her loom, crafting tapestries that told stories of gods and heroes. Ilara was kind but often lost in her work, her mind tangled in threads and patterns, leaving Alina to wander the quiet spaces of their home alone. The other children in Frostvale were few, and those who weren't busy with chores found Alina strange. Too dreamy, too fond of sitting by the brook, whispering to the reeds as if they might answer. But Alina didn't mind, not really. She had her own world, one she built with needle and thread. Alina's true gift was making dolls, not the stiff painted kind sold at market stalls, but soft hand-stitched figures that seemed almost alive. She crafted them from scraps of fabric, bits of old dresses, frayed shawls, anything she could salvage. Each doll was unique, with carefully embroidered faces and tiny outfits sewn with such care that they could have stepped out of a fairy tale. Alina gave them names, Rose, Pip, Clover, and tucked secret wishes into their stuffing, believing that a doll made with love could carry a dream to the stars. She kept them on a shelf above her bed, a silent audience to her thoughts, their button eyes glinting in the candlelight. But even with her dolls, Alina felt a quiet ache, a longing for something she couldn't name. It was as if a piece of her was waiting hidden just out of reach, like a melody half remembered. She'd lie awake at night, listening to the creak of the cottage and the distant howl of wolves, wondering if the world held more than Frostvale's familiar paths. The forest with its dark whispering pines seemed to call to her promising secrets, if only she dared to listen. One crisp autumn afternoon, when the air smelled of frost and fallen leaves, Alina was rummaging through the attic in search of fabric scraps. The attic was a treasure trove of forgotten things, broken chairs, dusty trunks, and crates of odds and ends Ilara had collected over decades. Sunlight streamed through a cracked window, painting golden streaks across the floor, and motes of dust danced like tiny spirits. Alina's fingers brushed against something smooth and cool, buried beneath a pile of moth-eaten blankets. Curious, she tugged it free, revealing a dollhouse. It was the most beautiful thing she'd ever seen. The dollhouse stood no taller than her waist, crafted from polished pine that gleamed despite years of neglect. Its walls were carved with delicate patterns of vines and stars, and its steeply pitched roof was tiled with shingles painted the deep red of ripe cherries. Tiny windows made of real glass, no thicker than a dragonfly's wing, caught the light and scattered it in prisms across the attic floor. A miniature front door, no bigger than Alina's hand, bore an intricate engraving of a crescent moon, its edges worn smooth as if touched by countless fingers. The dollhouse felt alive, humming with a quiet energy that made Alina's skin tingle. She knelt beside it, her breath catching. "Where did you come from?" she whispered, half expecting an answer. The dollhouse didn't reply, but its silence was heavy, like a secret waiting to be told. Alina ran her fingers over the roof, marveling at the craftsmanship. It wasn't just a toy, it was a work of art, a relic from a time when magic seemed closer to the world. She wondered why her grandmother had never mentioned it, why something so exquisite had been left to gather dust. That evening, after Alara had gone to bed, Alina carried the dollhouse to her room, setting it carefully on the table by her window. The moonlight poured in, bathing the dollhouse in a silvery glow, and for a moment Alina thought she saw it shimmer, as if the wood itself were drinking in the light. She shook her head, blaming her imagination, but the sight stayed with her, tugging at her curiosity like a fish on a line. Unable to resist, Alina fetched one of her dolls from the shelf, a small figure she'd made last spring with black yarn hair and a dress of blue calico. She'd named this one Luna, after the moon, because it had been sewn under a full moon's watchful gaze. Alina opened the dollhouse's tiny door, which swung smoothly on invisible hinges, and placed Luna inside, arranging her carefully on a carved wooden chair in the miniature parlor. The doll looked perfect there, as if she belonged. Alina stepped back, admiring her work, but as she did, a strange sound reached her ears, a faint melodic hum, like the chime of distant bells. She froze, her heart thudding. The sound seemed to come from the dollhouse itself, growing softer, then louder, as if something inside were stirring. She leaned closer, peering through one of the tiny windows, and gasped. The parlor, which had been empty moments before, now seemed to glow with a warm golden light, as if a fire burned in an unseen hearth. And there on the chair, Luna sat upright, her button eyes catching the light in a way that made them look almost alive. Alina rubbed her eyes, certain she was dreaming, but the sight didn't change. The humming grew, weaving into whispers, soft, indistinct voices that seemed to speak in a language she didn't know. She reached out her fingers, trembling, and touched the dollhouse. The wood was warm, pulsing faintly under her fingertips, and before she could pull away, a wave of dizziness swept over her. The room spun. The moonlight flared, and Alina felt herself falling, shrinking, tumbling into a world that shouldn't exist. When her vision cleared, she was no longer in her bedroom. She stood on a polished wooden floor surrounded by walls that towered impossibly high. The air smelled of cedar and wax, and a soft glow illuminated the space, revealing a room that was both familiar and impossibly strange. It was the parlor from the dollhouse, but now it was real. Every detail magnified, from the intricate carvings on the furniture to the flickering flames in a tiny fireplace. Alina's heart raced as she realized she was inside the dollhouse, no bigger than one of her own dolls. And there on the chair was Luna, but she wasn't just a doll anymore. Her fabric face moved her button. Eyes blinked and she smiled a small, knowing smile that sent a shiver down Alina's spine. "Welcome," Luna said, her voice like the rustle of leaves. "We've been waiting for you." Alina's breath caught in her throat. "Sheza. System, you're out of characters if you'd like to continue writing. Part 1 to reach the 2,500 word target. Please confirm and I'll pick up where I left off. Alternatively, I can start detailing another part of the story or adjust the existing content. Let me know your preference." Alina stood frozen in the glowing parlor of the dollhouse, her heart pounding as Luna's words echoed in her ears. "We've been waiting for you." The doll's voice was soft like a breeze through pine needles, but it carried a weight that made Alina's skin prickle. She glanced around, half expecting the walls to close in or the floor to vanish. The parlor was impossibly real, polished wood gleaming under the flicker of a tiny fireplace, a woven rug soft beneath her feet, and shelves lined with miniature books, their spines etched with runes she couldn't read. Yet everything was scaled to her shrunken size, as if she'd stepped into a world crafted just for her. "Luna." Alina's voice trembled barely above a whisper. How are you talking?" The doll tilted her head, her button eyes catching the firelight. "Not Luna," she said. "I am Silva, a Tinglin, a wood spirit. Your doll gave me form, but my essence is older than this house, older than the forest itself." She rose from the chair, her movements fluid despite her fabric body, and gestured toward the parlor's arched doorway. "Come, the others are waiting." Alina hesitated, her mind racing. She wanted to run to wake up in her bedroom with the dollhouse safely on the table, but the warmth of the parlor and Silva's calm presence held her in place. She took a tentative step forward, then another, following Silva through the doorway into a corridor lined with glowing lanterns. The air hummed with the same melodic whisper she'd heard before, now clearer like a chorus of voices braided together. Each step felt like crossing a threshold, not just in space, but in time, as if the dollhouse were pulling her deeper into its secrets. The corridor opened into a grand hall, its ceiling carved with constellations that shimmered like real stars. At the center stood a dozen tiny figures, each no taller than Alina's hand in the real world. They were Tinglin, like Silva, but their forms varied. Some had wings of gossamer, others bark-like skin or hair that flowed like moss. Their eyes bright as fireflies fixed on Alina, and she felt a mix of awe and fear. These were no ordinary creatures. They were fragments of the forest's soul, ancient and fragile. Alina of Frostvale said, a Tinglin with a crown of twigs, his voice deep and resonant, "I am Eldrin, keeper of this house. You have entered the moonlit dollhouse, a sanctuary crafted by the witch Iloria to protect us from the world's greed. But we are trapped, bound by a curse, and you are our last hope." Alina's throat tightened. "Me? Why me? I'm just a girl who makes dolls." Eldrin's gaze softened. You have a maker's heart, Alina. You pour love into your creations, and that love called to us. Only one with a pure spirit can break the curse that binds us. He stepped forward, revealing a pedestal where a tiny silver key rested glowing faintly. Long ago, a dark witch, Morgoth, envied Aloria's power. She cursed this house, sealing us within its walls. If we do not break the curse by the next full moon, 3 nights hence, we will fade, and the dollhouse will crumble to ash. Alina's eyes widened. 3 nights. She glanced at Silva, who nodded solemnly. What do I have to do? Alina asked, her voice steadier than she felt. Eldrin gestured to the key. 3 trials await you. First, find the silver key in the Garden of Thorns, a place where the vines are alive and hungry. Second, light the eternal candle in the Cavern of Winds, where storms never cease. Third, sing the song of the forest beneath the great oak, a melody only the trees can teach. Each trial guards a piece of the curse's lock. Succeed, and we are free. Fail, and we are lost. Alina's stomach twisted. She wasn't brave like the heroes in her grandmother's tapestries. She'd never faced anything more dangerous than a stubborn needle or a chilly walk home. But the Tin Lin's eyes held such desperate hope, and the thought of them fading, being so ancient, so alive, made her chest ache. She thought of her dolls, how she'd sewn them with care, believing they carried her dreams. Maybe this was her chance to make something truly matter. I'll do it, she said, her voice small but firm. I'll try. Eldrin smiled, and the Tin Lin murmured in approval. Silva stepped forward, offering Alina a pendant shaped like a crescent moon, its surface cool and smooth. This will guide you, she said. It binds you to the dollhouse, letting you move between our world and yours. But beware, time flows differently here. A night in the dollhouse may be mere hours in Frostvale. Alina slipped the pendant around her neck, its weight grounding her. Where do I start? She asked. The Garden of Thorns. Eldrin said, pointing to a door at the hall's far end, its frame overgrown with carved vines. The silver key lies within, but the garden will test your cunning. Trust your heart, Alina, and let it lead you. Silva guided Alina to the door, her presence a quiet comfort. As they approached, the carved vines seemed to writhe, and a faint hiss echoed from beyond. Alina gripped the pendant, her pulse quickening. She pushed the door open, and a blast of cool, earthy air hit her face. Before her stretched a garden unlike any she'd seen, tangled vines as thick as her arm, their thorns glinting like knives. Flowers bloomed in eerie shades of violet and crimson, their petals pulsing faintly, and the ground was soft, almost alive, shifting under her feet. Silva stayed back. I cannot follow, she said. The trials are yours alone, but I'll be here when you return. Alina nodded, swallowing her fear. She stepped into the garden, and the door closed behind her with a soft thud. The vines rustled, their thorns glinting in the dim light of a false moon overhead. At the garden's center, on a pedestal wreathed in brambles, sat the silver key, its glow like a beacon. But between Alina and the key was a maze of thorns, their tips dripping with a dark sap-like venom. She took a cautious step, and the vines reacted, slithering across the path to block her. Alina froze, her mind racing. She'd sewn through tough fabric, untangled knotted threads. Maybe this was no different. She studied the vines, noticing their rhythm, how they moved in waves, leaving brief gaps. if she timed it right. Alina darted forward, ducking under a swinging thorn and sidestepping a vine that lashed at her ankle. Her heart pounded, but she kept moving, her small size an advantage as she wove through the maze. The vines grew angrier, their hisses filling the air, but Alina focused on the key, its light steadying her. She reached the pedestal, but a massive vine reared up its thorns aimed at her chest. Instinct took over. Alina grabbed a loose thread from her sleeve, one she'd meant to mend, and flung it at the vine. The thread caught on a thorn, tangling the vine's movement. Seizing the moment, she climbed the pedestal, her fingers brushing the key. It was warm, pulsing like a heartbeat, and as she grasped it, the vines froze, their hisses fading to silence. Alina clutched the key, her breath ragged. She'd done it her first trial. But as she turned to leave, the garden shimmered and a cold laugh echoed through the air. "Brave girl," a voice hissed, sharp as broken glass. "But the dollhouse demands more. Will you break, I wonder?" The voice vanished, leaving Alina trembling. She stumbled back to the door, the key heavy in her hand. Silva was waiting, her eyes wide with relief. "You're safe," she said, guiding Alina back to the hall. The Tin Lin gathered their murmurs, now tinged with hope. Eldrin took the key, placing it in a carved box that glowed faintly. "One trial down," he said. "Rest now, for the cavern of winds awaits." Alina nodded, exhaustion creeping in. She touched the pendant, and the world spun again. When she opened her eyes, she was back in her bedroom, the dollhouse glowing softly under the moonlight. The key was gone, but the pendant hung around her neck, real and solid. She crawled into bed, her mind swirling with thorns and whispers. 2 trials remained, and the cold voice. Morgoth's, she was sure, lingered like a shadow. As she drifted to sleep, Alina knew one thing: the dollhouse wasn't just a house. It was a test, a promise, and a danger. And she was no longer just a girl who made dolls. She was a hero, whether she felt like one or not. Alina woke to the soft creak of her bedroom floorboards. The familiar scent of pine and wool grounding her. Dawn light filtered through the window, painting the dollhouse in hues of pink and gold. For a moment, she wondered if it had all been a dream. The glowing parlor, the tin lin, the writhing thorns of the garden. But the crescent moon pendant hung heavy around her neck, its cool metal real against her skin, and the memory of Silva's voice. "The cavern of winds awaits" echoed in her mind. She wasn't just Alina anymore, the girl who stitched dolls in a quiet village. She was something more, something the dollhouse had chosen. She sat up, her eyes drawn to the dollhouse. It looked ordinary now, its red-tiled roof and tiny windows silent under the morning sun. But Alina knew better. It was a doorway, a world within a world, and it held a curse she'd promised to break. The silver key was safe, but 2 trials remained: the eternal candle and the song of the forest. The thought of facing the cavern of winds with its endless storms made her stomach knot. Yet the tin lin's hopeful eyes, Eldrin's steady gaze, Silva's quiet faith urged her forward. She couldn't let them fade. Alina dressed quickly, pulling on her warmest sweater and tucking the pendant under her collar. Her grandmother Elara was already at her loom, humming an old Frostvale tune. Alina hesitated at the kitchen door, wanting to tell her everything: the dollhouse, the tin lin, the curse. But Ilara's world was one of threads and patterns, not magic and trials. Would she believe her? Alina swallowed the urge and slipped out, promising herself she'd return before nightfall. The day passed in a blur of chores, fetching water, mending a torn apron. But Alina's thoughts were elsewhere. As dusk fell, she sat by the dollhouse, her fingers tracing the carved moon on its door. The air grew heavy, the same melodic hum from before, rising like a tide. She closed her eyes, clutched the pendant, and whispered, "Take me back." The world tilted. Light flared behind her eyelids, and when she opened them, she was in the grand hall of the dollhouse, its starry ceiling shimmering above. The tin lin stood waiting, their tiny forms glowing faintly. Eldrin stepped forward, his twig crown glinting. "You've returned," he said, his voice warm but urgent. "The second trial calls. Are you ready?" Alina nodded, though her heart raced. Silva appeared at her side, her fabric face soft with encouragement. "The Cavern of Winds is perilous," she said, leading Alina to a new door, this one framed in swirling carvings that seemed to move like storm clouds. "The eternal candle lies within, guarded by tempests that never sleep. Its flame is the heart of this house. Light it, and the curse weakens." "What do I do?" Alina asked, her voice small in the vast hall. "Find the candle and shield its wick," Eldrin said. "The winds will fight you, but your will must be stronger. Trust your hands, Alina. They've crafted beauty before." The door opened with a groan, revealing a tunnel that sloped downward, its walls slick with moisture. A distant roar echoed like the howl of 1,000 wolves. Alina gripped the pendant, its glow a faint comfort, and stepped into the tunnel. The air grew colder, sharper, tugging at her clothes as she descended. The roar grew louder, and soon she emerged into the Cavern of Winds. It was a vast, hollow space, its walls jagged and glistening with frost. Above, a ceiling of swirling clouds churned spitting gusts that screamed through the cavern. At its center, on a stone altar, stood the eternal candle. A simple wax taper unlit its wick, trembling in the storm. Alina's breath caught. The candle was so small, so fragile, yet it held the weight of the tinlin's hope. She took a step, and the winds attacked. A gust slammed into her, nearly knocking her off her feet. Her hair whipped across her face, and her sweater flapped like a sail. She crouched, inching forward, her eyes fixed on the candle. The winds howled a chorus of rage, and she heard that cold laugh again. Morgath's voice woven into the storm. "Foolish child," it hissed. "You'll break before you burn." Alina gritted her teeth, anger flaring. She wasn't foolish. She'd faced the thorns, hadn't she? She crawled now, her fingers digging into the rough stone floor. The winds pushed harder, but she remembered Eldrin's words. "Trust your hands." Her hands had sewn dolls, threaded needles through stubborn cloth. They could do this. She reached the altar, her body aching from the wind's assault. The candle stood just out of reach, its base anchored to the stone. Alina pulled a flint from her pocket, a tool she'd carried since helping Ilara light winter fires. She struck it, sparking, but the wind snuffed the flame before it could catch. She tried again, shielding the flint with her body. Another spark, another failure. Morgath's laugh grew louder, mocking her. Alina's frustration boiled over. She tore a strip from her sweater, wrapping it around her hand to form a barrier. Holding the flint close to the candle, she struck again. A spark leapt, and this time she cupped her hands around the wick. Her body curled protectively. The wind screamed, but the spark held, growing into a tiny flame. The candle flared to life, its light steady and warm, cutting through the storm like a blade. The winds faltered their howls, fading to a whisper. The cavern stilled, and the candle's glow spread, illuminating the walls with patterns of stars. Alina's chest heaved, her hands trembling but triumphant. She'd done it. The eternal candle burned its flame, a promise kept. But Morgath's voice lingered softer now, venomous. 2 trials, girl. The forest waits, and it will swallow you whole. Alina ignored the threat, stumbling back to the tunnel. The Tin Lin greeted her in the hall, their faces alight with joy. Eldrin placed the candle in the carved box beside the silver key, its flame unyielding. 1 trial remains, he said, the song of the forest rest. Alina, for the great oak is no gentle foe. Silva guided her to a small room, its walls soft with moss. Alina sank onto a cushioned bench, exhaustion pulling at her. She touched the pendant, and the dollhouse released her, returning her to her bedroom. The candle's glow lingered in her mind, a beacon against Morgath's shadow. She crawled into bed, the pendant warm against her chest. As sleep claimed her, Alina knew the final trial would be the hardest. The song of the forest wasn't just a melody, it was a truth, one the trees guarded fiercely, and Morgath was watching, waiting for her to fail. Alina woke with a start, her breath catching as the memory of the eternal candle's flame flickered in her mind. The morning light streamed through her bedroom window, soft and golden, but it did little to ease the weight in her chest. The pendant around her neck pulsed faintly, a reminder of the dollhouse and the final trial that awaited the song of the forest. 2 trials, the silver key and the eternal candle, had tested her courage and cunning. But the great oak, with its ancient roots and whispered secrets, felt like a challenge far beyond her. Yet the Tin Lin's hope, their fragile existence tethered to her success, anchored her resolve. She couldn't fail them. She rose, her body stiff from the trial's toll. Her sweater, torn from shielding the candle, lay crumpled on the floor, a silent testament to the cavern of winds. Alina dressed in a fresh tunic, her fingers brushing the pendant as she tucked it beneath her collar. Downstairs, Ilara was at her loom, the rhythmic clack of the shuttle filling the cottage. Alina paused, watching her grandmother's hands dance over the threads. She wanted to confess everything, the dollhouse, the Tin Lin, Morgoth's chilling voice, but the words stuck in her throat. Ilara's world was steady, practical, untouched by magic. Alina kissed her grandmother's cheek and slipped outside, promising to be back before dark. The day dragged, each chore sweeping the hearth, fetching firewood, feeling like a delay. Alina's thoughts were with the dollhouse, its starry hall, and Silva's gentle encouragement. As twilight painted the sky in shades of violet, she returned to her room, the dollhouse waiting under the window. Its red-tiled roof caught the last rays of sunlight, but as the moon rose, it shimmered, the carved moon on its door glowing like a beacon. Alina's heart quickened. She gripped the pendant, closed her eyes, and whispered, "I'm ready." The familiar dizziness swept over her, the world shrinking and expanding in a heartbeat. When she opened her eyes, she stood in the grand hall of the dollhouse, its constellation-carved ceiling twinkling above. The Tin Lin gathered their tiny forms, radiant with anticipation. Eldrin, his twig crown glinting, stepped forward. "Alina," he said, his voice a blend of pride and urgency. You've brought us the silver key and the eternal candle one. Trial remains the song of the forest. It is the heart of our freedom, but the great oak will not yield its secrets easily. Silva appeared beside her, her fabric face warm with a smile. The great oak stands in the heart of the dollhouse's forest, she said, leading Alina to a new door, its frame woven with carved leaves that seemed to rustle. The song is not written or taught. It lives in the trees, in their roots and branches. You must listen, feel and sing what they share. But beware, Morgoth's shadow lingers and the forest is her domain. Alina swallowed her throat dry. What if I can't hear it? I'm not a singer. Eldrin's eyes softened. You've heard the forest before. Alina, in the whispers of Frostvale's pines. Your heart knows its voice. Trust it as you trusted your hands in the cavern. Silva pressed a small woven leaf into Alina's palm. This will guide you to the oak, she said. Keep it close. Alina nodded, tucking the leaf into her pocket. The door opened, revealing a path lined with towering trees, their branches forming a canopy that blocked the moon's light. A faint hum filled the air like the drone of a distant choir. Alina stepped forward, the door closing behind her with a soft thud. The forest was alive, its air thick with the scent of moss and sap. Trees loomed, their trunks gnarled and ancient, their leaves whispering in a language Alina couldn't grasp. The path wound deeper, the hum growing louder, more insistent. She clutched the woven leaf, its texture grounding her as shadows danced at the edges of her vision. The forest felt watchful, not hostile, but wary, as if testing her worth. After what felt like hours, the path opened into a clearing. At its center stood the great oak, its trunk wider than Alina's cottage, its branches stretching like arms toward the sky. Roots twisted across the ground, pulsing faintly, and its leaves glowed with a soft emerald light. The hum was deafening now, a symphony of voices woven into the air. Alina approached, her heart pounding. The oak was magnificent, but its presence was overwhelming, like standing before a king. She knelt at its base, pressing her hands to a root. Please, she whispered, show me the song. The hum shifted, softening, and images flooded her mind. Flashes of Frostvale's forest, the brook where she'd whispered to reeds, the pines swaying under starlight. The oak was speaking not in words, but in memories, in feelings. Alina closed her eyes, letting the visions guide her. She saw seasons turn, trees grow, and spirits dance. A melody formed, simple yet profound, rising from her chest. She opened her mouth and sang. Her voice was shaky at first, unpracticed, but it grew stronger, weaving with the forest's hum. The notes weren't perfect, but they were true, carrying her love for Frostvale, her dolls, her grandmother. The oak's leaves shimmered, its roots glowing brighter, and the forest joined her, its whispers harmonizing. But then a shadow fell. The air turned cold, and Morgoth's laugh sliced through the song. You think your voice can break me? She hissed. The oak's light dimmed, and black vines erupted from the ground, coiling toward Alina. She stumbled, her song faltering, but the woven leaf in her pocket flared its warmth, steadying her. She sang louder, pouring her fear into the melody, refusing to let Morgoth win. The vines hesitated, then retreated. The oak's glow returned stronger, and the forest's hum drowned out Morgath's voice. Alina's song reached its peak, a single clear note that echoed through the clearing. The oak trembled, and a burst of light erupted from its trunk, washing over Alina. The song was complete. She collapsed breathless as the clearing stilled. The oak's roots pulsed once, then settled its leaves. Now a steady green, Alina felt the forest's approval, a warmth that wrapped around her like an embrace. She'd done it. The song was sung. She returned to the hall. The tin lin waiting Eldrin's eyes shone with tears. "The curse is broken," he said, placing a leaf-shaped crystal in the carved box with the key and candle. "You've freed us, Alina." But Morgath's final whisper lingered in Alina's mind. "This isn't over." As she touched the pendant returning to her bedroom, she knew the dollhouse's magic wasn't done with her yet. Alina awoke in her bedroom, the familiar creak of the cottage floorboards anchoring her to Frostvale. Moonlight spilled through the window, bathing the dollhouse in a silvery glow that felt both comforting and heavy with meaning. Her chest ached with the weight of the trials the silver key wrested from the Garden of Thorns. The eternal candle lit amidst the cavern of winds, and the song of the forest sung beneath the great oak. She had broken the curse, freed the tin lin, and yet Morgath's final whisper, "This isn't over," clung to her like frost. The pendant around her neck pulsed faintly, its crescent moon warm against her skin, as if the dollhouse itself were calling her back one last time. She sat up, her eyes drawn to the dollhouse. Its red-tiled roof and tiny windows looked serene, but Alina knew it held more than wood and glass. It was a bridge between worlds, a vessel of magic that had changed her. She was no longer just the girl who stitched dolls in a quiet village. She was a hero, a keeper of secrets older than Frostvale's pines. But what did Morgath's warning mean? Was the dollhouse truly safe, or did its magic still carry a shadow? Alina dressed quietly, her fingers trembling as she pulled on her cloak. Downstairs, Elara slept the loom, silent for once. Alina paused at the kitchen door, her heart tugging. She wanted to tell her grandmother everything, to share the weight of the dollhouse's truth, but she feared Elara wouldn't understand. Not yet. She left a note. "Gone to the brook, back soon," and slipped into the night, the pendant guiding her to the dollhouse. The moon was high, its light sharp and clear. Alina knelt beside the dollhouse, her breath visible in the chilly air. She touched the carved moon on its door, whispering, "Show me." The hum rose softer now, like a lullaby, and the world spun. When she opened her eyes, she stood in the grand hall of the dollhouse, its starry ceiling brighter than ever. The tin lin were there, their tiny forms radiant, their wings and moss-like hair shimmering with newfound life. Silva stepped forward, her fabric face alight with gratitude, and Eldrin, his twig crown gleaming, bowed deeply. "Alina of Frostvale," Eldrin said, his voice resonating through the hall, "you have broken Morgath's curse. The silver key unlocked our chains. The eternal candle warmed our spirits, and the song of the forest returned us to the world. We are free, and this house is whole again." The tin lin cheered, their voices a chorus of bells, but Alina's smile faltered. "Morgath," she said, her voice steady, despite the fear curling in her chest. "She spoke to me after the song. She said it wasn't over." What did she mean? Eldrin's expression darkened, and the hall grew quiet. "Morgath's power is vast," he said, Her curse bound us, but her spirit lingers tied to the dollhouse's magic. Your trials weakened her, but she seeks to reclaim this house to twist its light into darkness. We sensed her stirring as the curse broke a shadow. Gathering strength, Silva took Alina's hand, her touch soft but firm. You've faced her before, Alina. Your heart is stronger than her malice. But the dollhouse needs a guardian, someone to protect its magic. We believe that guardian is you. Alina's breath caught me. I'm not a witch or a warrior. You are enough. Eldrin interrupted, his voice gentle but unyielding. You faced the thorns, the winds, the forest's silence. You gave us back our lives. The dollhouse chose you, Alina, because your heart is pure and your hands create beauty. Will you accept its charge? Alina looked around the hall at the Tin Lin's hopeful eyes, at the glowing box holding the key candle and crystal leaf. She thought of Frostvale, of Ilara's loom, of her dolls waiting on their shelf. The dollhouse had tested her, pushed her beyond what she thought possible. And in doing so, it had shown her who she could be. She wasn't just a girl anymore. She was part of something vast, something eternal. I'll do it, she said, her voice clear. I'll protect the dollhouse. Eldrin smiled and the Tin Lin murmured in approval. Silva led Alina to the center of the hall, where a small pedestal rose from the floor. On it lay a silver ring etched with the same crescent moon as her pendant. This is the Guardian's ring, Silva said. It binds you to the dollhouse, letting you call its magic in times of need. Wear it, and Morgoth will know you as her foe. Alina slipped the ring onto her finger. Its weight light, but profound. The hall shimmered and a warmth spread through her like the glow of the eternal candle. But before she could speak, the air grew cold and a shadow coalesced at the hall's edge. Morgoth's form appeared not solid, but a wraith of smoke and malice, her eyes burning red. Foolish child, she hissed, her voice a blade. You think a ring can stop me? The dollhouse is mine, and I will claim it. The Tin Lin recoiled, but Alina stood firm, the ring flaring on her finger. You're wrong, she said, her voice steady. The dollhouse belongs to the Tin Lin, to the forest, to light. You can't have it. Morgoth laughed, the sound like shattering glass. But Alina raised her hand, the ring glowing brighter. The pendant pulsed in rhythm, and the hall's starry ceiling blazed its light, pouring into Morgoth's shadow. The wraith shrieked, her form unraveling, but not before she spat. I'll return, girl. You'll never be free of me. The shadow vanished and the hall stilled. Alina's knees buckled, but Silva caught her touch steadying. She's gone, Silva said, for now your light is stronger than her darkness. Eldrin approached, his eyes proud. The dollhouse is safe thanks to you. We will return to the forest, but the house will remain a sanctuary for those who need it. You are its guardian, Alina, and we will always be with you. The Tin Lin began to fade, their forms dissolving into motes of light that spiraled upward through the starry ceiling and into the night. Silva lingered last, her button eyes soft. Keep making your dolls, she whispered. They carry your heart, and that is magic enough. She touched Alina's hand, then vanished, a final spark joining the others. Alina touched the pendant and the dollhouse released her. She was back in her bedroom, the ring glinting on her finger. The dollhouse stood silent. Its glow softened, but she felt its presence, a quiet promise. She crawled into bed, exhaustion pulling at her, but her heart was full. The next morning, Alina told Ilara everything. To her surprise, her grandmother listened, her eyes sharp with recognition. "That dollhouse was my mother's." Ilara said, her voice soft. "She spoke of its magic, but I never believed. Until now." She hugged Alina tightly, and for the first time, Alina felt truly seen. Years later, Alina became a weaver like Ilara, but she never stopped making dolls. Each one carried a wish, a spark of the dollhouse's magic. The house itself remained in her room a quiet sentinel, and on moonlit nights it glowed, whispering of the Tin Lin and the girl who saved them. Morgath's shadow never returned, but Alina wore the ring, always ready to protect the light she'd fought for. And in Frostvale, the forest sang its melody, a secret only Alina knew. Story: The Little Match Girl. The Little Match Girl, Part 1. A winter's night. The city was a frozen tapestry woven with threads of frost and despair. Snow fell in relentless sheets, blanketing the cobblestone streets and clinging to the rooftops of the tightly packed buildings. It was New Year's Eve, and the air carried the sharp bite of winter, slicing through the thin layers of clothing worn by those unfortunate enough to be out in the cold. Laughter and the clinking of glasses spilled from warmly lit windows where families gathered to celebrate the turning of the year. But in the shadowed corners of the city, where the glow of hearths did not reach, a different story unfolded, one of survival, of quiet suffering, and of a small, fragile hope that flickered like a candle in the wind. Anna was barely 10 years old, a wisp of a girl with pale cheeks and eyes too large for her gaunt face. Her hair, once a soft golden brown, was now matted and streaked with grime, tucked haphazardly beneath a tattered scarf that did little to shield her from the cold. She stood at the edge of a narrow alley, her small frame shivering violently as the wind howled past, tugging at the ragged hem of her dress. The dress, a hand-me-down from some distant cousin, was threadbare, its faded blue fabric offering no more warmth than a whisper. Her feet, bare and bruised, were numb from the icy slush that seeped between her toes. In her arms she clutched a bundle of matches, their wooden tips her only currency in a world that had long since turned its back on her. The matches were her burden and her salvation. Her father, a broken man whose hands had once crafted fine furniture, but now trembled with the weight of cheap liquor, had sent her out into the storm with a single command: sell the matches or don't come home. Anna knew what awaited her if she returned empty-handed, a flurry of curses, a heavy hand and the sting of a belt across her back. The thought made her stomach twist, not from hunger, though that gnawed at her relentlessly, but from a fear so deep it had carved itself into her bones. So she stayed her small body pressed against the brick wall of a butcher's shop, hoping its faint shelter might dull the wind's cruel edge. The street was alive with the bustle of the holiday. Carriages rattled past their wheels, crunching through the snow, carrying men in fine coats and women draped in furs. Children bundled in scarves and mittens darted through the crowd, their laughter ringing like bells. Anna watched them with a quiet ache in her chest. She remembered vaguely a time when she too had known warmth when her mother was alive, and her father's laughter wasn't slurred by whiskey. But those memories were like ghosts, faint and fleeting, slipping through her fingers whenever she tried to hold them close. She shifted her weight, wincing as the cold bit deeper into her feet. The matches were heavy in her arms, though there weren't many left. She had started the day with a larger bundle, but the hours had dragged on, and the coins in her pocket remained stubbornly absent. Passers-by barely glanced at her, their eyes sliding over her as if she were part of the scenery, a smudge of misery too common to notice. She had tried calling out at first, her voice small and trembling. Matches, a penny for a bundle. But the words had caught in her throat, drowned out by the wind and the indifference of the crowd. Now she stood silent. Her lips chapped and cracked her breath, forming faint clouds in the frigid air. The butcher's shop behind her was closed, its windows dark, but the faint smell of smoked sausage lingered, teasing her empty stomach. Anna closed her eyes, trying to imagine the taste of warm bread, the kind her mother used to bake soft and golden with a pat of butter melting into its crust. The memory was so vivid it hurt a sharp pang that made her curl in on herself. She hadn't eaten since the day before, when a kind-faced woman had slipped her a bruised apple from a market stall. The fruit had been tart and mealy, but to Anna it had tasted like heaven. The wind shifted, carrying with it the distant sound of church bells. Their deep resonant tolls marked the hour, 9 o'clock perhaps, or 10. Anna wasn't sure. Time had a way of blurring when you were cold and hungry, each moment stretching into an eternity of waiting. She opened her eyes and scanned the street, hoping for a miracle. Maybe someone would stop someone with a kind smile and a coin to spare. Maybe they would see her, really see her, and not just the ragged girl selling matches. A man approached, his heavy coat flapping in the wind. He was tall, with a neatly trimmed beard and a hat pulled low over his eyes. Anna's heart leapt. She stepped forward, her voice barely a whisper. "Sir, would you like some matches?" "Only a penny." The man didn't break stride. His gaze flicked toward her for a moment, then away as if she were a stray dog begging for scraps. He muttered something under his breath. Anna caught the word urchin and disappeared into the crowd. Her shoulders slumped and she retreated to her spot against the wall, the rejection stinging more than the cold. She wasn't alone in her misery. Across the street, an old woman huddled beneath a tattered blanket, her gnarled hands outstretched for alms. Further down, a boy no older than Anna picked through a pile of refuse, searching for anything edible or sellable. The city was full of them, the forgotten ones scraping by on the edges of a world that glittered for others. Anna wondered sometimes what it would be like to live in one of those warm houses, to sit by a fire with a full belly and no fear of tomorrow. The thought was both a comfort and a torment, a dream she could never quite let go of. The snow was falling harder now, piling up in drifts that made the street treacherous. Anna's fingers, stiff and aching, fumbled with the matches. She tucked them closer to her chest, afraid of dropping them into the slush. They were her only hope, her only way to avoid her father's wrath. But as the night deepened, that hope grew thinner, like a thread stretched to the breaking point. She hadn't sold a single match all day. The weight of that failure pressed down on her heavy as the snow. She thought of her mother, as she often did in moments like this. Her mother had been gentle, with a voice like a lullaby, and hands that were always warm even in winter. She had died 3 years ago, taken by a fever that swept through the city like wildfire. Anna had been too young to understand then, but she remembered the emptiness that followed the way her father's eyes had hardened, the way his love had curdled into anger. He hadn't always been cruel. Once he had carved her a wooden doll with a painted smile, and they had laughed together as he made it dance. But that man was gone, drowned in a bottle, and Anna was left to navigate the ruins of their family alone. The alley was growing darker, the gaslights along the street casting long, wavering shadows. Anna's teeth chattered, and she hugged herself tighter, trying to trap what little warmth remained in her body. She could feel her strength slipping away, sapped by the cold and the hunger and the endless gnawing fear. Part of her wanted to give up, to sink into the snow and let it cover her like a blanket. But another part, small but stubborn, refused to let go. She had to keep going. She had to try. She looked down at the matches in her arms. They were crude things, just sticks of wood tipped with sulfur. But to Anna, they were something more. They were light warmth, a fleeting escape from the darkness. She wondered what it would be like to strike one, to feel its heat against her skin, to see its glow push back the night. The thought was dangerous, tempting. The matches weren't hers to use. They were for selling, for earning the coins that might keep her father's temper at bay. But the cold was so fierce, so unforgiving, that the idea of a single moment of warmth was almost too much to resist. Anna's eyes stung with tears, but she blinked them away. Crying wouldn't help. It never did. She shifted her gaze to the street, watching as the crowd thinned, the revelers retreating to their homes and their celebrations. The city was growing quiet, the laughter fading, leaving only the wind and the snow, and the girl with her matches. She was alone now, truly alone in a world that seemed to have no place for her, and yet she stood there small and defiant, clinging to the bundle in her arms. The matches were her lifeline, her last defense against the darkness. She didn't know how much longer she could hold on or what the night would bring. But for now, she would stay, her breath frosting in the air, her heart beating with a fragile, flickering hope. The Little Match Girl, Part 2, The First Light. The night had grown darker, the kind of darkness that seemed to swallow everything: sound, hope, even the faint glow of the gaslights flickering along the street. Anna stood shivering in the alley, her small body pressed against the rough brick wall of the butcher's shop, her bare feet sinking deeper into the icy slush. The snow fell in thick, relentless flakes, piling up around her like a shroud. Her arms ached from clutching the bundle of matches, and her fingers, stiff and numb, could barely feel the rough wood of the sticks she held so tightly. The city's festive clamor had faded, replaced by an eerie quiet, broken only by the mournful howl of the wind and the occasional clatter of a distant carriage. Anna's breath came in shallow, frosty puffs, each one a reminder of the cold that seeped into her bones. Her stomach growled, a hollow, twisting pain that had long since become a constant companion. She tried to ignore it, to focus on the street, on the faint possibility that someone might stop and buy a match. But the street was nearly empty now, the last of the New Year's Eve revelers having retreated to their warm homes, their laughter and music sealed behind heavy doors. Anna was alone, a solitary figure in a world that seemed to have forgotten her. Her eyes, wide and glassy with exhaustion, drifted to the bundle in her arms. The matches were her lifeline, her only shield against her father's wrath. She hadn't sold a single one all day, and the weight of that failure pressed down on her heavier than the snow. She could almost hear her father's voice, slurred and venomous, promising punishment if she returned empty-handed. The thought made her shrink further into herself, her shoulders hunching as if to ward off a blow that hadn't yet come. She couldn't go home, not yet, not without something to show for her hours in the cold. But the cold was merciless, a living thing that clawed at her skin and burrowed into her chest. Her toes, numb for hours, now felt like they belonged to someone else, and her fingers trembled so violently she feared she might drop the matches into the snow. She shifted her weight, trying to coax some feeling back into her limbs, but the movement only sent a sharp pang through her legs. She was so tired, so very tired, and the temptation to sit down to let the snow cover her and lull her into sleep was almost overwhelming. But sleep, she knew, was dangerous. Sleep in this cold could mean never waking up. Her gaze fell again to the matches. They were nothing special, just thin sticks of wood tipped with sulfur, crude and cheap. But to Anna, they were something more. They were light. They were warmth. They were a fleeting promise of something better than this endless, aching cold. She had seen matches struck before, had watched their tiny flames dance in the dark, casting a glow that seemed to push back the shadows. The thought of that warmth, even for a moment, was a siren's call tugging at her resolve. She shook her head, trying to banish the thought. The matches weren't hers to use. They were for selling, for earning the coins that might keep her father's anger at bay. To light one would be to steal from him, to invite his fury. But the cold was so fierce, so all-consuming, that the idea of a single spark, a single moment of relief, was almost too much to resist. Her fingers, as if acting on their own, tightened around one of the matches, pulling it free from the bundle. She held it up, her breath catching as she studied its tip, gray and rough against the pale wood. But the cold was a monster, and she was so small, so weak against it. With a quick, desperate motion, she dragged the match across the wall. There was a soft hiss, a spark, and then light. A tiny flame bloomed at the tip of the match, fragile but fierce, its golden glow cutting through the darkness like a knife. Anna gasped, her eyes wide with wonder. The flame was so small, yet it felt like a miracle, a defiance of the night that had tried to crush her. She cupped her hands around the flame, shielding it from the wind. The warmth, faint but real, kissed her frozen fingers, sending a shiver of relief through her body. For the first time in hours, she felt something other than pain. She stared into the flame, mesmerized by its dance, by the way it flickered and swayed alive in a way she hadn't felt in so long. And then something extraordinary happened. In the glow of the match, the air seemed to shimmer like heat rising from a summer road. The brick wall before her faded, and in its place, Anna saw a vision so vivid it stole her breath. A fireplace materialized, its stone hearth, sturdy and wide, with logs crackling merrily in a blaze of red and gold. The flames leapt high, casting a warm, inviting light that bathed the room in a soft glow. The heat from the fire reached out to her, wrapping her in an embrace she hadn't known since her mother's arms. Anna's lips parted in a silent cry of joy. She could feel the warmth, not just on her hands, but deep in her chest, thawing the ice that had settled there. The room around the fireplace was simple but cozy, with a wooden table and chairs, a braided rug, and shelves lined with books. It was the kind of place Anna had only ever dreamed of. A home where the cold couldn't reach, where hunger was a stranger. She stepped closer, her bare feet no longer touching snow, but a smooth wooden floor warm from the fire's radiance. She stretched out her hands, marveling at the way the heat soaked into her skin, chasing away the numbness. For a moment, she was no longer the match girl, no longer the forgotten child of a broken man. She was just Anna, safe and warm in a world that felt like it could be hers. She laughed, a soft, disbelieving sound that echoed in the quiet of the vision. The fire crackled in response, as if welcoming her. She wanted to stay here forever, to curl up on a rug and let the warmth lull her into a dreamless sleep. She could almost smell the wood smoke, could almost hear the soft pop of the logs as they burned. It was so real, so perfect that she forgot the alley, the snow, the matches in her arms. But then the flame in her hand flickered. Anna's heart lurched as the light began to fade, the fireplace wavering like a reflection in a disturbed pond. "No," she whispered, her voice trembling. "Please don't go." She leaned closer to the match, willing it to stay alive, but the flame was too small, too fragile. With a final feeble sputter, it died, plunging her back into the cold, dark alley. The vision vanished. The fireplace, the warm room, the safety. They were gone, as if they had never been. Anna stood frozen, her hands still cupped around the now dead match, her breath coming in ragged gasps. The cold rushed back fiercer than before, as if punishing her for daring to dream. Her fingers, so briefly warmed, ached with a new intensity, and her heart felt heavier than ever. The alley was just as it had been, dark, empty, unforgiving. The snow continued to fall, indifferent to her loss. Anna stared at the blackened match in her hand, tears prickling at the corners of her eyes. She wanted to cry, to scream, to demand that the vision return. It had been so real, so close. For a moment she had been warm, safe, loved, and now she was back in the cold, with nothing but a bundle of matches and a father who would never understand. But even as despair threatened to swallow her, a spark of something else flickered in her chest. The match had given her something, however brief. It had shown her a world beyond the alley, a world where warmth and light were possible. Maybe, just maybe, another match could bring it back. Her fingers, trembling with both cold and anticipation, reached for the bundle again. She didn't care about her father's anger. Not now. She needed that warmth, that hope, even if it was only for a moment. With a steadying breath, Anna pulled another match free. Her heart raced as she held it up, the sulfur tip glinting faintly in the dim light. She didn't know what she would see this time, or if the vision would return, but she knew she had to try. The cold was too much, the darkness too heavy. She needed light, needed warmth, needed something to hold on to. She pressed the match against the wall, her hands shaking but resolute. With a quick, determined stroke, she struck it, and the alley was once again pierced by a tiny, defiant flame. The Little Match Girl, Part 3, Dreams in the Flame. The second match flared to life. its tiny flame a beacon in the oppressive darkness of the alley. Anna's breath caught in her throat, her eyes wide with a mixture of fear and anticipation. The cold which had reclaimed her so cruelly when the first match died seemed to retreat just a fraction, held at bay by the fragile light in her trembling hands. She cupped the flame, carefully shielding it from the biting wind that swirled through the narrow street, her heart pounding with the hope that this time the vision would last. The snow continued to fall soft and relentless. But for now, Anna's world was reduced to the golden glow before her, a lifeline in the endless winter night. The air shimmered again just as it had before, and the grim reality of the alley began to dissolve. The brick wall, the slush beneath her feet, the distant wail of the wind all faded, replaced by a scene so vivid it felt like stepping into a dream. Before Anna's eyes, a grand dining table materialized, stretching long and wide, draped in a pristine white cloth that gleamed in the soft light of a chandelier overhead. The table was laden with a feast unlike anything she had ever seen. A golden brown roast goose, its skin crisp and glistening, platters of steaming potatoes, glazed carrots, and green beans dotted with butter, baskets of fresh-baked bread, their crusts warm and fragrant, and delicate crystal dishes filled with ruby-red cranberry sauce and creamy puddings. At the center, a towering cake stood frosted in swirls of white and adorned with sugared berries that sparkled like jewels. Anna's mouth watered the scent of the food so real it made her stomach twist with a hunger sharper than ever. She could almost taste the richness of the goose, the sweetness of the cake, the warmth of the bread as it crumbled in her hands. Her eyes darted across the table, drinking in every detail. The polished silverware, the gleaming goblets filled with deep red wine, the napkins folded into perfect squares. It was a banquet fit for a king, yet it was here in this impossible moment just for her. The room around the table was as magnificent as the feast itself. High ceilings arched overhead, painted with murals of cherubs and clouds, their colors softened by the glow of the chandelier. Tall windows lined one wall, their panes frosted with intricate patterns, though no cold seeped through them. A fire roared in a massive hearth, its flames casting dancing shadows across the polished wooden floor. The warmth enveloped Anna, soaking into her frozen limbs, thawing the ache that had settled in her bones. She felt weightless, as if the burdens of the alley, the hunger, the fear, the cold had been lifted, if only for a moment. She stepped closer to the table, her bare feet sinking into a plush rug that felt like walking on clouds. Her hands, still clutching the match, trembled with a longing so fierce it threatened to overwhelm her. She wanted to reach out to touch the food to prove it was real. She imagined sitting at the table, her plate piled high, her belly full for the first time in years. She pictured herself laughing, surrounded by people who loved her, their voices warm and kind. The thought brought a smile to her lips, small and hesitant, but real. For the first time that night, Anna felt something close to joy. But even as she stood there, basking in the vision, a shadow of doubt crept in. The flame in her hand flickered, its light wavering as the match burned lower. Anna's heart clenched. No. She whispered, her voice barely audible. Not yet. She leaned closer to the flame, willing it to hold on to keep the dream alive. The table, the food, the warmth. They were so close, so perfect she couldn't lose them. Not now. Desperate, she reached for another match, fumbling with the bundle in her arms. Her fingers, clumsy from the cold, nearly dropped the precious sticks, but she managed to pull one free. With a quick, frantic motion, she struck it against the wall, and a new flame sprang to life, brighter and stronger than the last. The dining table vanished, the room dissolving like mist. But before Anna could cry out, a new vision took its place. This time she stood beneath a towering Christmas tree, its branches heavy with ornaments that glittered in the soft light of 1,000 tiny candles. The tree was magnificent, its needles a deep, vibrant green draped with ribbons of red and gold tinsel that shimmered like starlight, and glass baubles that caught the candlelight and threw it back in a kaleidoscope of colors. Beneath the tree, a sea of presents spilled across the floor, wrapped in bright paper and tied with satin bows. The air was filled with the scent of pine and wax, and somewhere faint but clear, Anna heard the strains of a carol sung by voices she couldn't see. Her breath caught her eyes wide with wonder. She had seen Christmas trees before in the windows of wealthy homes, but none like this. This tree was a marvel, a symbol of everything the season promised: hope, joy, love. Anna stepped forward, her bare feet brushing against a soft carpet, the warmth of the room wrapping around her like a blanket. She reached out her fingers, grazing the edge of a low-hanging ornament, a delicate star that spun gently at her touch. It was cool and smooth, and for a moment she felt as if she belonged here, as if this magical place was hers. She imagined herself unwrapping the presents, her hands tearing through the paper to reveal treasures inside. Perhaps a doll with a porcelain face, or a pair of warm boots, or a book filled with stories of faraway lands. She pictured herself sitting beneath the tree, surrounded by a family she didn't know, but could almost feel their laughter filling the air. The thought was so vivid, so intoxicating, that Anna forgot the alley, forgot the cold, forgot the match burning in her hand. But the flame, like all flames, was fleeting. It flickered, its light dimming as the match burned down to its base. Anna's heart lurched, a cry rising in her throat. "No, please," she begged, her voice breaking. She clutched the match tighter, as if she could will it to stay alive. But the flame wavered, then died, plunging her back into the darkness of the alley. The Christmas tree vanished, the warmth and light snuffed out in an instant. The cold rushed in fiercer than ever, wrapping around Anna like a vice. Her breath came in sharp, ragged gasps, her body shaking as the reality of the alley reasserted itself. The snow was deeper now, clinging to her dress, her hair, her eyelashes. Her feet, numb and aching, felt like blocks of ice, and her hands, which had so briefly known warmth, were stiff with cold. Once more, Anna stared at the blackened match in her hand, her chest tight with a grief she couldn't name. The visions had been so real, so close, she could still smell the pine, still see the glitter of the ornaments they had given her, a taste of a world she could never have, and the loss of it was almost more than she could bear. Tears welled in her eyes, hot against her frozen cheeks, but she blinked them away. Crying wouldn't bring the visions back, nothing would, and yet even as despair threatened to swallow her, a stubborn spark of hope refused to die. The matches had shown her something first: the fireplace, then the feast, and now the Christmas tree. Each flame had brought a new dream, a new glimpse of a life beyond the alley. Maybe the next match would bring something even better, something that could last. The thought was dangerous, reckless, but Anna was too cold, too desperate to care. Her fingers trembling but determined reached for the bundle again. She knew she shouldn't. She knew the matches were for selling, that each one she burned was a step closer to her father's anger. But the cold was a monster, and the visions were a lifeline. A way to escape, even if only for a moment. She pulled another match free, her breath hitching as she held it up. The sulfur tip gleamed faintly in the dim light, a promise of light, of warmth, of something more. Anna pressed the match against the wall, her heart racing with a mix of fear and longing. She didn't know what she would see this time, or if the visions would break her heart again. But she had to try. The cold was too much, the darkness too heavy, and the dreams, however fleeting, were all she had left. With a quick, resolute stroke, she struck the match, and the alley was once again pierced by a tiny, defiant flame. The Little Match Girl, Part 4, The Vision of Her Grandmother. The third match sputtered to life, its frail flame trembling in the icy grip of the wind. Anna's hands, raw and shaking, curled protectively around the light, her breath forming fleeting clouds as she leaned closer to the tiny spark. The alley, with its snow-drenched shadows and biting cold, seemed to hold its breath, as if the world itself paused to witness the miracle unfolding in the girl's frost-bitten fingers. Her heart pounded a fragile rhythm of hope and dread as she waited for the vision she knew would come. The matches had not failed her yet. Each one had painted a dream more vivid than the last, a fleeting escape from the merciless night. But with every flame that died, the return to reality grew harder. The cold, more punishing, the loneliness, more profound. The air shimmered and the alley melted away. The snow, the brick wall, the slush that numbed her feet all vanished, replaced by a soft, radiant light that seemed to pulse with warmth. Anna blinked her eyes, adjusting to the glow, and then she saw her. Standing before her, bathed in a halo of golden light, was her grandmother. The old woman's face was just as Anna remembered, gentle, lined with the soft wrinkles of a life well lived, her gray hair pulled back in a loose bun, her eyes twinkling with a kindness that had once been Anna's whole world. She wore a simple dress, the same faded blue one she'd worn when she'd sat by the fire, telling Anna stories of faraway lands and forgotten heroes. But now she seemed younger, stronger, as if the years and the hardships had been lifted from her shoulders. Grandma Anna whispered, her voice cracking with a mix of joy and disbelief. Tears welled in her eyes, spilling down her cheeks, hot against the cold that still clung to her skin. She took a hesitant step forward, her bare feet sinking into a floor that felt like soft grass, warm and yielding. The alley was gone, replaced by a place that was neither room nor field, but something in between. A dreamscape where the laws of the world no longer applied. The light around her grandmother seemed to pulse, wrapping Anna in a warmth that reached deeper than her frozen limbs, touching the ache in her heart. Her grandmother smiled a smile so familiar it made Anna's chest tighten with longing. It was the smile that had greeted her when she'd run into her grandmother's arms as a little girl. The smile that had promised safety and love in a world that offered neither. My sweet Anna, her grandmother said, her voice soft but clear, like the chime of a distant bell. The sound was a balm soothing the raw edges of Anna's fear, her hunger, her despair. She wanted to run to her, to bury her face in her grandmother's dress and sob until the pain of the night was washed away. But she hesitated, afraid that moving too quickly might shatter the vision as the others had shattered before. "Don't be afraid, child," her grandmother said, her eyes never leaving Anna's. She extended a hand, her fingers steady and inviting. "Come to me." The words were a command and a comfort, and Anna felt something inside her break a dam of fear and restraint that had held her back. She stumbled forward, her legs weak but determined, and fell into her grandmother's arms. The embrace was warm, solid, real, in a way the fireplace, the feast, and the Christmas tree had not been. Anna buried her face in her grandmother's shoulder, breathing in the faint scent of lavender and wood smoke, a scent that carried her back to the days when her world had been whole. "Oh, Grandma," Anna sobbed, her voice muffled against the fabric of her grandmother's dress. "I've missed you so much." The tears came freely now, a flood she could no longer contain. She clung to her grandmother, her small hands gripping tightly as if letting go would send her tumbling back to the alley. Her grandmother held her close, one hand stroking Anna's tangled hair, the other resting gently on her back. The warmth of the embrace was like a fire burning away the cold, the hunger, the fear that had defined her night. For the first time in years, Anna felt safe. There, my darling." Her grandmother murmured, her voice a lullaby. "You're with me now." She pulled back slightly, just enough to cup Anna's face in her hands, her thumbs brushing away the tears that streaked her cheeks. Anna looked up, her eyes searching her grandmother's face, afraid to find a hint that this was just another fleeting dream. But her grandmother's gaze was steady, her touch unwavering, and for a moment Anna dared to believe that this vision would not fade. "Why did you leave me?" Anna asked, her voice small and trembling. The question had haunted her since her grandmother's death, a wound that had never healed. Her grandmother had been her anchor, the one person who had seen her, loved her, even when her father's anger and her mother's absence had left her adrift. When she died, taken by the same fever that had claimed her mother, Anna had been left alone, a child navigating a world that seemed to grow colder with each passing day. Her grandmother's eyes softened, a flicker of sadness crossing her face. "I never wanted to leave you, Anna," she said, "but I'm here now, and I won't let you go." The words were a promise, and Anna clung to them, desperate to believe. She wanted to ask more, to pour out the pain and fear that had filled the years since her grandmother's death, but the words caught in her throat. Instead, she pressed herself closer, soaking in the warmth, the love, the safety of this moment. The light around them seemed to brighten the air, filled with a soft hum, like the echo of a distant song. Anna glanced around, realizing that the space they stood in was changing, shifting into something new. The ground beneath her feet became a meadow dotted with wildflowers that glowed faintly in the golden light. The sky above was a deep, endless blue, streaked with clouds that shimmered like spun gold. It was a place of peace, of beauty, a place where the cold and the darkness of the alley could never reach. Anna's heart swelled, a fragile hope blooming within her. Maybe this was real. Maybe she could stay here with her grandmother forever. But then the match in her hand flickered. The flame, burning low, cast a wavering light, and Anna's breath hitched. The meadow trembled, the flowers blurring at the edges, and a cold dread settled in her chest. No, she whispered, her voice rising in panic. No, please don't go. She looked at her grandmother, her eyes wide with desperation. Stay with me, Grandma. Please. Her grandmother's smile was gentle, but there was a sadness in it now, a knowing that cut through Anna's hope. I'm here, Anna, she said, her voice steady but soft. But you must be strong. The words were cryptic, and Anna shook her head, refusing to understand. She couldn't lose this. Not now. Not when she had finally found her grandmother again. The flame sputtered, its light dimming, and Anna acted on instinct. She dropped the dying match and fumbled for another, her fingers clumsy with panic. The bundle of matches slipped in her grasp, but she caught it, pulling a new stick free with a frantic tug. I won't let you go, she said, her voice fierce, despite the tears streaming down her face. She struck the match against the wall, the hiss of the flame, a defiant cry against the darkness. The new light flared bright and strong, and the meadow steadied her grandmother's form, solidifying once more. But the effort had cost her. Anna's hands shook violently, her body weak from the cold and the hunger that gnawed at her. She could feel the alley waiting, its cold fingers reaching through the vision, ready to drag her back. Her grandmother stepped closer, her hands resting on Anna's shoulders, her touch grounding her. You are so brave, my girl, she said, her voice filled with a quiet pride. Hold on to that bravery. Anna wanted to argue, to beg her grandmother to stay, but the words wouldn't come. The warmth of the vision was slipping, the meadow fading at the edges, and she knew with a sinking heart that this moment couldn't last. The matches were burning too quickly, each one a fleeting bridge to a world she could never keep. But she wasn't ready to let go. Not yet. She clutched the bundle tighter, her eyes fixed on her grandmother's face, memorizing every detail, every line, every spark of love in her gaze. The flame in her hand burned brighter, and Anna made a silent vow. She would light another match and another until the cold could no longer touch her, until the darkness could no longer claim her. She didn't care about the consequences, about her father's anger, or the matches she was supposed to sell. All that mattered was this moment, this love, this light. With a trembling hand, she reached for another match, ready to strike it, ready to hold onto her grandmother for as long as the flames would allow. The Little Match Girl, Part 5, The Eternal Light. The fourth match flared in Anna's trembling hands, its flame a fragile defiance against the relentless cold of the alley. Her breath was shallow, each exhale a faint wisp that barely disturbed the falling snow. The night had grown heavier, the darkness thicker, as if the world itself was pressing down on her, urging her to surrender. But Anna clung to the light, her eyes fixed on the golden glow, her heart tethered to the vision of her grandmother that had brought her such fleeting solace. The cold was a beast gnawing at her bones, but the warmth of the flame and the love it summoned kept her fighting even as her strength ebbed away. The meadow with its glowing wildflowers and endless blue sky shimmered back into existence, and there was her grandmother still standing before her, her presence as solid and comforting as ever. But there was something different now, a quiet urgency in her eyes, a softness that spoke of finality. Anna's heart clenched, a sob rising in her throat. She knew with a clarity that cut through her desperation that this moment was slipping away, that the matches could not hold back the night forever. Yet she refused to let go, her fingers tightening around the bundle in her arms, her resolve as fierce as the flame she held. Grandma Anna whispered, her voice barely audible, raw with emotion. "Don't leave me again, please." Her tears fell freely, tracing warm paths down her frozen cheeks, only to turn cold against her skin. She stepped closer, her bare feet sinking into the soft grass of the vision, her body trembling with the effort of standing. Her grandmother's arms opened, and Anna fell into them, burying her face in the familiar warmth, clinging to the one person who had ever made her feel truly loved. "My darling Anna." Her grandmother said, her voice a soothing melody, rich with love and sorrow. She held Anna tightly, one hand stroking her hair, the other resting gently on her back. "You've been so strong, so brave. I'm so proud of you." The words were a balm, easing the ache in Anna's chest, but they also carried a weight, a farewell that Anna wasn't ready to accept. She shook her head, her face pressed against her grandmother's dress as if she could anchor herself to this moment through sheer will. "I don't want to be brave," Anna said, her voice breaking. "I just want to stay with you." The meadow around them pulsed with light, the wildflowers glowing brighter, the sky deepening to a velvet blue. It was beautiful, perfect, a world where pain and cold and hunger didn't exist. Anna wanted to lose herself in it, to let the vision become her reality, to never return to the alley where the snow and the darkness waited. Her grandmother pulled back slightly, cupping Anna's face in her hands. Her touch was warm, steady, and her eyes held a depth of love that made Anna's heart ache. "You are never alone, Anna," she said, her voice firm but gentle. "I am always with you, even when you cannot see me." She brushed a tear from Anna's cheek, her thumb lingering on the girl's pale skin. "But you must let go of this cold place. Come with me, my love." Anna's breath hitched, confusion and hope warring within her. "Come with you," she repeated, her voice trembling. She didn't understand, not fully, but the words stirred something deep inside her, a longing for release, for an end to the suffering that had defined her life. The match in her hand flickered, its flame burning low, and panic surged through her. "No," she cried, her voice sharp with fear. "If the light goes out, you'll leave me." Desperate, Anna fumbled for another match, her fingers clumsy and weak. The bundle slipped in her grasp, but she caught it, pulling out not one, but several sticks, her hands shaking with urgency. She struck them all at once, the flames bursting to life with a brilliance that lit up the alley like a star. The light was blinding, a radiant glow that banished the shadows and warmed her frozen skin. The meadow blazed into focus, more vivid than ever, and her grandmother's presence grew stronger, her form almost luminous in the dazzling light. Anna laughed, a sound of pure, trembling joy as the warmth enveloped her. The flames burned brightly, their heat chasing away the cold, their light holding the vision steady. Her grandmother smiled a smile that radiated love and peace and reached for Anna's hand. "Come, my child," she said, her voice a beacon calling Anna forward. "It's time." Anna hesitated, her eyes searching her grandmother's face. She felt the pull of the vision, the promise of a place where the pain of the alley could never reach her. But she also felt the weight of the matches in her arms, the reality of the cold, the fear of what lay beyond this moment. The flames were burning quickly, too quickly, and she knew they couldn't last. Yet in her grandmother's eyes she saw something new, a certainty, a promise that went beyond the fleeting dreams of the matches. With a trembling hand, Anna let the bundle of matches fall to her side. The flames in her other hand burned brighter their light, merging with the glow of the meadow until the line between vision and reality blurred. She took her grandmother's hand, her small fingers curling around the warmth, and felt a peace she had never known. The cold, the hunger, the fear, they were fading, dissolving like snow in the sun. Her body felt light, weightless, as if she were floating, carried by the love that had always been her anchor. The meadow began to change, the wildflowers rising into the air, their petals transforming into sparks of light that danced around her. The sky opened, revealing a vast, endless expanse of stars, each one pulsing with a warmth that filled Anna's heart. Her grandmother walked beside her, their hands clasped, and Anna felt no fear, only a quiet certainty that she was going somewhere safe, somewhere home. Back in the alley, the flames of the matches burned out one by one, their light fading into the darkness. Anna's small form lay still, curled in the snow, her face serene, a faint smile touching her lips. The bundle of matches was scattered around her, their blackened tips a testament to the dreams they had sparked. The snow continued to fall, covering her gently like a blanket as the city slept, unaware of the girl who had found her way to a light that would never fade. When morning came, the first rays of dawn would find her, her body cold but her expression peaceful, as if she had seen something beautiful in her final moments. The people who passed by would pause, their hearts heavy with pity for the little match girl who had died in the night. They would never know of the visions that had carried her away, of the grandmother who had guided her to a place of eternal warmth. But Anna, in that final radiant moment, had known she had followed the light, and it had led her home. Story: The Snow Queen. In a forgotten corner of the world where winter held court for half the year, there lay a village cradled by frost-kissed hills. Its name was seldom spoken beyond its borders, for it was a place of quiet joys and simple lives where the seasons turned like the pages of a well-loved book. The houses with their steep snow-laden roofs huddled together as if sharing warmth against the cold. Chimneys puffed lazy curls of smoke into the sky, and the air carried the scent of pine and freshly baked bread. In this village lived two children, Kai and Gerta, whose friendship was as constant as the northern stars. Kai was a boy of sharp wit and restless energy, his eyes the color of a storm-tossed sea. His hair, dark and unruly, often fell into his face as he bent over his latest invention, a contraption of gears and wood that he swore would one day fly. Gerta, his dearest companion, was softer in spirit, with hair like spun gold, and a smile that could thaw the iciest of mornings. Where Kai dreamed of grand adventures, Gerta found magic in the ordinary. The way sunlight danced on frost, the hum of a lullaby, or the stubborn bloom of a rose in winter. Their favorite place was a small garden tucked between their family's homes. It was no grand estate, just a humble patch of earth where they tended a bed of crimson roses. These roses, defiant against the snow, were their pride and joy. In summer, they burst with color. In winter, they slept beneath a blanket of white, waiting for spring's gentle nudge. Kai and Gerta would sit for hours among the roses, telling stories, or dreaming up worlds where dragons soared and heroes never faltered. Their laughter rang like bells, and their bond seemed unbreakable, forged in the kind of innocence that only childhood knows. But the world, as it often does, had other plans. Far above the village, beyond the reach of mortal eyes, a demon toiled in a realm of shadow and malice. This demon, whose name was lost to time, had crafted a mirror unlike any other. It was not a mirror to reflect beauty or truth, but one to twist and corrupt. In its glassy depths, the loveliest landscapes turned barren, the kindest faces grew cruel, and the purest hearts seemed stained with greed. The demon delighted in this creation, for it revealed the world as he saw it, a place of ugliness and despair. His minions carried the mirror across the heavens, laughing as they showed it to the stars, which dimmed in shame. But malice is a fickle thing, and even demons are not immune to folly. One day, as the minions hoisted the mirror higher, their grip faltered. The mirror slipped from their claws and plummeted toward the earth, shattering into a million jagged shards. These fragments, sharp as betrayal, scattered across the world. Some fell into oceans where they sank into the abyss. Others landed in deserts buried by shifting sands. But a few, a cruel few, drifted down to the village, carried on the wind like whispers of doom. It was a crisp winter morning when the first shard found its mark. Kai and Gerta were in their garden, bundled in scarves and mittens, their breath puffing in clouds. They were building a snow fort, their fingers red from the cold, but their spirits high. Kai, ever the strategist, was sculpting a turret, while Gerta packed snow into a makeshift throne. This will be the grandest castle in the land, Kai declared, his eyes gleaming with ambition. Gerta giggled, tossing a snowball that landed squarely on his shoulder. A castle needs a queen, you know, and I'll need a crown of roses. Kai rolled his eyes, but his grin betrayed his fondness. Roses in winter. You're impossible, Gerta. Impossibly charming. She shot back, sticking out her tongue. They might have gone on like this, trading barbs and laughter, had the wind not shifted. It came suddenly, a gust so sharp it stung their cheeks. Kai paused, squinting up at the sky. Did you feel that, he asked, his voice tinged with unease? Gerta frowned, brushing snow from her mittens. It's just the wind. Kai, don't be such a... But her words were cut short. Kai gasped, clutching his face as if struck. He stumbled back, his snow turret crumbling under his weight. Gerta rushed to his side, her heart pounding. Kai, what's wrong? He didn't answer at first, his hand pressed over one eye. When he finally looked at her, something was different. His gaze, once warm and playful, was sharp and distant, like a blade glinting in moonlight. It's nothing, he muttered, pushing her away. Something got in my eye, that's all. Gerta reached for him, but he turned his back, trudging toward the garden gate. Kai, wait, let me see. I said, it's nothing. He snapped, his voice colder than the snow beneath their feet. Gerta froze, stung by the venom in his tone. Kai had never spoken to her like that before. Unseen by either child, a tiny shard of the demon's mirror had lodged itself in Kai's eye. Another, smaller still, had pierced his heart. These fragments worked their dark magic, swiftly twisting his perception of the world. The roses, once a symbol of their friendship, now seemed gaudy and foolish. Gerta's laughter, which had always lifted his spirits, grated on his nerves. Even the village with its cozy homes and familiar faces felt small and stifling. Over the next few days, Kai changed. He grew sullen, his words sharp and mocking. When Gerta tried to coax him back to the garden, he scoffed. What's the point of those stupid flowers? They'll just die like everything else. Gerta, hurt but stubborn, refused to give up. She brought him a single rose, its petals bright against the gray of winter. Look, Kai, it's still blooming, just like us. He stared at the rose, then at her, and for a moment she thought she saw a flicker of the old Kai. But then he laughed, a cruel hollow sound, and crushed the rose in his fist. Grow up, Gerta. The world isn't some fairy tale. He tossed the mangled petals into the snow and walked away, leaving her alone with the sting of his words. Gerta cried that night, her tears soaking her pillow. She didn't understand what had happened to her friend, but she clung to the hope that the Kai she knew was still there, buried beneath this stranger's cold exterior. She resolved to keep trying to bring him back to the garden, to their roses, to her. But fate had other plans, and the Snow Queen was already watching. She came on a day when the sky was heavy with clouds, the air thick with the promise of a storm. The village was quiet, its residents tucked indoors, save for Kai, who wandered alone. He had taken to walking the outskirts of the village, drawn to the wild, empty spaces where the wind howled and the snow fell in relentless sheets. It was there, on a lonely path, that the Snow Queen appeared. Her sleigh was a marvel carved from ice that shimmered like crystal. It glided silently, pulled by horses as white as the snow itself, their eyes glowing with an unearthly light. The Snow Queen sat tall and regal, her beauty both breathtaking and terrifying. Her skin was pale as moonlight, her hair a cascade of silver that seemed to blend with the storm. Her eyes, cold and fathomless, locked onto Kai, and he felt a shiver that had nothing to do with the wind. "Who are you?" he asked, his voice barely a whisper. She smiled a smile that held no warmth. "I am the one who sees the truth of the world," she said, her voice like the chime of icicles. "You are different, Kai. You see it too, don't you? The ugliness, the futility. Come with me and I will show you a place where everything is perfect, where nothing fades or dies." Kai hesitated, a faint memory of Gerta's face flickering in his mind. But the shard in his heart pulsed, drowning out the warmth of that memory. The Snow Queen extended a hand, her fingers long and graceful, and Kai felt an irresistible pull. He stepped forward, climbing into the sleigh as if in a trance. The horses reared and the sleigh shot forward, vanishing into the storm. Back in the village, Gerta sensed something was wrong. She had been sitting by the window, watching the snow fall, when a sudden pang gripped her heart. She ran outside, calling Kai's name, but the streets were empty. She searched the garden, the paths, the hills, her voice growing hoarse as the storm swallowed her cries. At last she found a single clue, a trail of sleigh tracks faint and already fading, leading into the wilderness. Gerta fell to her knees, the snow soaking through her dress. She clutched the rose she had been holding, its thorns pricking her palm. "I'll find you, Kai," she whispered, her voice fierce, despite her tears. "No matter where you are, I'll bring you home." And so, as the storm raged on, the stage was set for a journey that would test the limits of courage, love, and the human heart. The Snow Queen had claimed her prize, but Gerta's resolve burned brighter than any curse. The roses in the garden trembled in the wind as if whispering their faith in her, and the world held its breath for what would come next. The storm that had carried Kai away lingered over the village, cloaking it in a shroud of snow and silence. Gerta stood at the edge of the path where the sleigh tracks vanished, her breath visible in the frigid air. The rose in her hand, its crimson petals stark against the white, was her only anchor to the boy she'd lost. She was barely 13, small and slight, with no map or guide. Yet her heart burned with a resolve that could shame the bravest knights. Kai was out there somewhere, and she would find him. She had to. The village, though, was not so quick to let her go. Her grandmother, a woman with eyes creased by years of laughter and worry, clutched Gerta's shoulders as she packed a small satchel. "It's madness, child," she said, her voice trembling. "The wilds are no place for you. Wait for spring when the roads are clear." "Kai can't wait for spring," Gerta replied, her voice steady despite the tears threatening to spill. "He's my friend. I won't leave him to the cold." Her grandmother sighed, knowing the stubborn spark in Gerta's eyes too well. She pressed a woolen scarf into Gerta's hands, its edges embroidered with tiny roses. "Then take this and promise you'll come back to me, both of you." Gerta nodded, wrapping the scarf around her neck. She tucked the rose into her coat pocket, its thorns safely folded within a scrap of cloth. With a final embrace, she stepped out into the dawn, the village fading behind her as she followed the faint sleigh tracks into the unknown. The world beyond the village was vast and unforgiving. The snow stretched endlessly, broken only by skeletal trees and the occasional howl of a distant wolf. Gerta walked until her legs ached, her boots sinking into drifts that seemed to swallow her whole. The wind bit at her cheeks, and doubt crept into her mind like frost on a window pane. What if Kai was gone forever? What if the Snow Queen, whoever she was, had taken him to a place no one could follow? But then she touched the rose in her pocket, its faint warmth reminding her of the garden, of Kai's laughter, of the promises they'd made. She pressed on her small figure, a defiant speck against the white expanse. Days blurred into nights, and Gerta lost track of time. She nibbled on the bread and cheese her grandmother had packed, rationing it carefully. One evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the snow in shades of pink and gold, she stumbled upon a cottage nestled in a grove of pines. Its windows glowed with a welcoming light, and the scent of herbs and baking wafted through the air. Exhaustion weighed on her like a heavy cloak, and the promise of warmth was too tempting to resist. She knocked and the door creaked open to reveal an old woman with a face like a dried apple, her eyes sharp but kind. She wore a shawl woven with patterns of leaves and flowers, and her voice was as soothing as a lullaby. My, what's a child doing out in this cold? Come in, dear, before you freeze to your bones. Gerta hesitated, but the woman's smile disarmed her. Inside the cottage was a riot of color walls lined with shelves of jars, dried flowers hanging from the rafters, and a fire crackling in the hearth. The woman introduced herself as Magda and set a bowl of steaming soup before Gerta. Eat, child, then tell me your story. Gerta recounted everything: Kai's change, the Snow Queen's sleigh, her desperate search. Magda listened, her expression unreadable. When Gerta finished, the old woman leaned back, stroking a cat that had curled up in her lap. The Snow Queen. You say a dangerous foe. Her heart is ice, and her will is iron. But you, little one, have a fire in you. Perhaps it's enough. I have to try. Gerta, said her voice firm. Can you help me? Magda's eyes gleamed with something Gerta couldn't place. Rest here tonight. Tomorrow we'll see what can be done. Gerta slept on a cot by the fire, lulled by the crackle of logs and the cat's soft purring. But Magda was no ordinary woman. She was a sorceress of sorts, not evil but selfish in her loneliness. She saw in Gerta a companion to brighten her days, and she had no intention of letting the girl leave. As Gerta slept, Magda wove a subtle spell, whispering words that drifted like smoke. The spell was meant to cloud Gerta's memory, to make her forget Kai and the Snow Queen, to bind her to the cottage forever. When Gerta woke, the world felt softer. Like a dream, half-remembered Magda was tending a garden behind the cottage. A miraculous patch of green where flowers bloomed despite the snow. Come, dear, she called. Help me with the roses. Gerta obeyed, her hands moving automatically to prune and water. The days slipped by, each one blending into the next. She laughed with Magda, baked bread, and tended the garden, her mind hazy with contentment. Kai's name faded from her thoughts, and the sleigh tracks became a distant echo, but deep in her pocket the crimson rose remained, its petals unyielding. One morning, as Gerta knelt among the flowers, her fingers brushed the rose in her coat. A sharp thorn pricked her skin, and a jolt of clarity shot through her. She gasped, memories flooding back: Kai's cold laughter, the Snow Queen's sleigh, her promise to find him. The rose, as if alive, seemed to pulse with warmth, its petals brighter than ever. Gerta's eyes widened as she realized where she was and how long she'd stayed. She stood, her heart pounding. Magda was at the far end of the garden, humming as she clipped lavender. Gerta knew she couldn't confront the old woman. Magda's kindness hid a will as strong as any spell. Quietly, she slipped back into the cottage, gathered her satchel, and fled, the rose clutched tightly in her hand. The forest welcomed her with a chill that cut to the bone. But Gerta felt alive again, her purpose renewed. She walked until the cottage was a memory, until the stars emerged to light her way. It was then, in a clearing dusted with fresh snow, that she met the crow. He was a scruffy creature, his feathers ruffled and one eye clouded with age. He perched on a low branch, cocking his head as if sizing her up. Well, well, he cawed, his voice gravelly but warm. A girl in the wilds and not a wolf in sight. Either you're lucky or you're trouble. Gerta, startled but undaunted, met his gaze. I'm looking for my friend Kai. He was taken by the Snow Queen. Can you help me? The crow ruffled his feathers, intrigued. The Snow Queen. That's no small matter. Name's Corvus. By the way, I've seen a thing or two in these woods. Word is the Queen's palace lies far north beyond the frozen plains. A boy like your Kai might be there trapped in her icy grip. Gerta's heart leaped. You've seen him, not with my own eyes. Corvus admitted, hopping closer. But I hear things. Crows talk. You know. They say a boy with a shadowed heart arrived at her palace, puzzling over bits of ice. Sounds like your friend, maybe. Then I need to go north. Gerta, said her voice resolute. Will you show me the way? Corvus tilted his head. Considering, it's a long road and I'm no hero. But you've got spirit, girl. I'll point you true, at least as far as the river. After that, you're on your own. Gerta nodded, grateful for any help. Corvus took flight, his wings beating against the cold, and she followed her steps, lighter with hope. The forest gave way to rolling hills, then to a river that gleamed like liquid silver under the moon. Corvus landed on a rock, his breath puffing in the air. Cross this and keep north. The plains are harsh, but you'll find allies if you're lucky, or trouble if you're not. Thank you, Corvus, Gerta said, her eyes shining. She reached into her satchel and offered him a crumb of bread. He snatched it with a grunt of approval and flew off his caw, echoing in the night. Gerta faced the river, its current swift and icy. She found a shallow crossing the water, soaking her boots and chilling her to the bone. On the other side, the landscape opened into a vast plain where the snow lay unbroken and the wind sang a mournful tune. She walked on the rose in her pocket, her only warmth, her thoughts fixed on Kai. She didn't know what lay ahead, bandits, blizzards, or stranger things, but she knew she'd face them all. The Snow Queen had taken Kai, but Gerta would take him back. The stars above seemed to wink in approval, and the rose nestled close to her heart whispered of hope. Her journey had only begun, and the world vast and wild waited to test her courage. The frozen plains stretched before Gerta like an endless sea of white, each step a battle against the biting wind and the snow that clung to her boots. The river crossing had left her shivering, her clothes damp and heavy, but the rose in her pocket pulsed with a faint warmth, urging her onward. The stars above were her only companions, their light sharp and cold, as if watching to see if she would falter. But Gerta's heart burned with purpose. Kai was out there trapped in the Snow Queen's icy grasp, and she would not rest until he was free. Days bled into nights, and the plains offered no shelter. Only the relentless howl of the wind and the occasional shadow of a fox darting through the snow. Gerta's food dwindled, her satchel now holding only a crust of bread and a few withered apple slices. Hunger gnawed at her, but worse was the loneliness. She missed Kai's teasing grin, her grandmother's warm hugs, the soft hum of the village at dusk. Yet every time doubt crept in, she touched the rose, its thorns a reminder of her promise. I'm coming, Kai, she whispered, her voice swallowed by the storm. One evening, as the sky burned with the hues of a dying sun, Gerta spotted a flicker of light in the distance. It was faint, like a candle struggling against the dark, but it gave her hope. She trudged toward it, her legs heavy with exhaustion. The light grew brighter, revealing a small castle perched on a rise, its turrets dusted with snow. Unlike the grand fortresses of fairy tales, this one was modest, its stone walls weathered but welcoming. Smoke curled from its chimney, and the scent of roasted chestnuts drifted on the air. Gerda knocked on the heavy wooden door, her hands trembling from cold and nerves. It swung open to reveal a young woman barely older than Gerda, with chestnut curls and a mischievous smile. She wore a velvet dress the color of emeralds, and her eyes sparkled with curiosity. "Well, aren't you a sight?" she exclaimed. "A girl wandering the plains in a blizzard. Come in before you turn into an icicle." Gerda stepped inside, warmth enveloping her like a hug. The hall was cozy with tapestries depicting forests and rivers, and a fire roaring in a stone hearth. The young woman introduced herself as Princess Lila, the only child of the castle's lord fathers away on some dreary diplomatic trip. She said, waving a hand, "But I run things here." "Well, sort of. This is Eric, by the way." A lanky young man with tousled blonde hair and a shy grin stepped forward. He wore a simple tunic, but his eyes held a quiet strength. "I'm her." "Well, her betrothed," he said, blushing, "and her chief advisor when she listens." Lila laughed, nudging him. "Which is never. Now, stranger, what's your name, and why are you braving this wretched winter?" Gerta told them everything: Kai's curse, the Snow Queen's sleigh, her escape from Magda's enchanted cottage, and Corvus's guidance. Lila and Eric listened, their expressions shifting from curiosity to concern. When Gerta finished, Lila clapped her hands. "That's the most thrilling tale I've heard in ages. You're a hero, Gerta, whether you know it or not." "I'm no hero," Gerta said, her cheeks flushing. "I just want my friend back." Eric nodded, his gaze steady. "That's what makes you brave. The Snow Queen's palace is far, but you're on the right path. The northern plains lead to the tundra, and beyond that, her domain." Lila sprang to her feet, her eyes alight. "You'll need help. Stay the night. Eat rest. Tomorrow we'll outfit you properly. No arguments." Gerta tried to protest, but her stomach growled and exhaustion won out. She ate a hearty meal of stew and bread, slept in a feather bed softer than any she'd known, and woke to find Lila and Eric waiting with gifts: a pair of sturdy boots lined with fur, a thick cloak, and a small sleigh packed with provisions. "It's not much," Lila said, "but it'll get you through the plains. The sleigh's light enough to pull yourself, and it's faster than walking." Gerda's eyes welled with tears. "Why are you so kind to me?" Lila grinned. "Because the world needs more people like you, Gerta. Besides, I'm bored and helping a quest feels like an adventure." Eric placed a hand on Gerda's shoulder. "Be careful. The plains are treacherous, and not everyone you meet will be a friend." Gerta thanked them, memorizing their faces as she set out. The sleigh glided smoothly, easing her burden, and the new boots kept her feet warm. But Eric's warning lingered, and soon it proved all too true. 3 days into the plains, as a gray dawn broke, Gerta heard the crunch of footsteps behind her. She turned to see a band of figures emerging from the snow-ragged men and women, their faces hard and their eyes glinting with greed. Bandits. Their leader, a wiry man with a scar across his cheek, grinned, revealing a gap where a tooth should have been. "Well, look at this," he drawled. "A little girl with a fancy sleigh. Hand it over and maybe we'll let you walk away." Gerta's heart raced, but she stood her ground, clutching the rose in her pocket. "This is all I have. I need it to find my friend. Please let me go." The bandits laughed, closing in. Gerta braced herself, but before they could reach her, a fierce cry split the air. A girl no older than Gerta leapt from the snow, her dark braids flying and a dagger flashing in her hand. She was small but ferocious, her eyes blazing with defiance. "Back off, you dogs," she shouted. "This one's under my protection." The bandits hesitated, clearly wary of the girl. The leader spat. "You're outnumbered, Wren. Don't be stupid." Wren smirked, twirling her dagger. "Stupid's my specialty. Want to test me." A tense standoff followed, but the bandits, perhaps sensing Wren's recklessness, retreated muttering curses. Gerta exhaled, her knees weak. "Thank you," she said, "I thought." "Don't thank me. Yet." Wren interrupted, sheathing her dagger. "I'm no saint, but you've got guts and I hate bullies. What's your deal anyway?" Gerta told her story, and Wren listened, her tough exterior softening slightly. "The Snow Queen. Huh, that's a tall order. My crew's camped nearby. Come with me. You need rest, and I need to know you're not crazy." Gerta followed, wary but grateful. The bandit camp was a cluster of tents hidden in a ravine filled with rough men and women who eyed her suspiciously. Wren, it turned out, was the daughter of the camp's leader, a grizzled woman named Mara. Despite her youth, Wren commanded respect, her boldness earning her a place among the outlaws. She led Gerta to a fire where they shared a meal of roasted rabbit and stale bread. "Your friend sounds like trouble," Wren said, licking grease from her fingers. "Why risk your neck for him?" "Because he's Kai," Gerta said simply. "He's my best friend. He'd do the same for me." Wren snorted, but her eyes held a flicker of admiration. "You're soft, but you're tough in your own way. Tell you what, I'll help you get to the tundra. I've got a friend who knows the way." That friend was Bay, a massive reindeer with antlers like twisted branches and eyes that seemed to hold ancient wisdom. Bay belonged to no one. Wren explained, but he roamed the plains and owed her a favor. When Gerta met him, Bay lowered his head, sniffing the rose in her pocket. "You carry a piece of summer," he said, his voice deep and rumbling. "It speaks of a true heart. I will take you north, little one." Gerta's eyes widened. "You can talk." Bay snorted, a puff of steam rising from his nostrils. "In these lands, many things speak if you know how to listen. Climb onto my back. The tundra awaits." Wren clapped Gerta on the shoulder. "Don't die out there, hero. And if you find that Snow Queen, give her a kick for me." Gerta smiled, her heart lighter. She climbed onto Bay's back, the reindeer's warmth seeping into her as they set off, the plains gave way to the tundra, a land of ice and stone where the wind sang of secrets. Bay moved swiftly, his hooves sure on the frozen ground. He told Gerta of the Snow Queen's palace, a place of eternal winter where no warmth could survive. Your friend is there, he said, but the Queen's power is great. You'll need more than courage to face her. Gerta tightened her grip on the rose. I have love, she said, and I have hope. That's enough. Bay said nothing, but his steady gait seemed to approve. The tundra stretched before them, vast and merciless. But Gerta felt a fire within her, fueled by the memory of Kai and the kindness of those she'd met. The Snow Queen's palace loomed closer, and with it the greatest test of all. The rose in her pocket glowed faintly, as if sensing the trials ahead, and Gerta whispered a promise to the stars she would not fail. The tundra was a world of stark beauty and unrelenting cold, where the horizon shimmered with mirages of ice, and the sky glowed with the eerie dance of the aurora borealis. Gerta clung to Bay's broad back, her breath forming clouds in the frigid air, her fingers numb, despite the fur-lined gloves Princess Leela had given her. The reindeer moved with purpose, his hooves crunching through the frost, his antlers catching the faint starlight. The rose in Gerta's pocket was her talisman, its warmth a quiet rebellion against the frozen wasteland. She could feel it now, stronger than ever, as if it sensed they were nearing the heart of the Snow Queen's domain. Bay spoke little, but his presence was steadying. We are close, he rumbled one night, his voice low as they paused beneath a sky streaked with green and violet. The Queen's palace lies beyond the next ridge, but beware, little one. Her power is greatest here, and her will bends all things to her desire. Gerta nodded, her heart a tangle of fear and determination. What's she like, Bay? The Snow Queen. The reindeer's eyes gleamed with ancient sorrow. She is winter itself, beautiful, merciless, eternal. She does not hate, nor does she love. She simply is. Your friend is caught in her web, but it is not malice that holds him. It is his own heart twisted by the mirror's curse. Gerta tightened her grip on the rose. Then I'll untwist it. I'll bring him back. Bay snorted softly, a sound that might have been approval. Hold fast to that fire, child. You will need it. As dawn broke, painting the tundra in shades of pale gold, they crested the ridge. Gerta gasped. Before them stood the Snow Queen's palace, a marvel of ice that seemed to grow from the earth itself. Its spires soared like frozen flames, their surfaces refracting light into 1,000 rainbows. Walls of translucent blue gleamed and arches curved with the elegance of a spider's web. It was breathtaking, yet it radiated a cold so profound it seemed to seep into Gerta's bones. The palace was silent, save for the faint hum of wind through its hollows, like a song no mortal could sing. Bay lowered his head. This is as far as I go. The Queen's magic repels my kind. But you, Gerta, are different. Your heart is your shield. Go, and may the summer you carry guide you. Gerta slid from his back, her legs trembling as they touched the icy ground. She stroked Bay's muzzle, her eyes stinging with gratitude. Thank you, Bay. I'll never forget you. The reindeer nudged her gently. Find your friend, and if you can bring a little warmth to this place. With that, he turned and vanished into the snow, his form swallowed by the vastness of the tundra. Gerta faced the palace, her small figure dwarfed by its grandeur. The air grew colder with each step, and the wind sharpened, slicing through her cloak like a knife. As she approached the entrance, a towering arch framed by icicles, she felt the weight of unseen eyes. The palace was alive in its own way, and it did not welcome intruders. She clutched the rose, its thorns pricking her palm, and whispered, "For Kai." The entrance led to a vast hall, its floor a mirror of polished ice that reflected Gerta's pale, determined face. The walls pulsed with a faint blue glow, and the air was so cold it burned her lungs. She moved forward, her boots slipping on the slick surface, her heart pounding. The hall branched into corridors, each more labyrinthine than the last, and Gerta realized the palace was a maze designed to confuse and deter. But she pressed on, guided by an instinct she couldn't name, the rose in her pocket, glowing faintly as if pointing the way. Then came the guardians. They emerged from the shadows, figures of snow and ice, their forms vaguely human but featureless, their movements silent and swift. They were the Snow Queen's sentinels, animated by her will, and they advanced with outstretched hands that glittered like frost. Gerta froze her breath, hitching. She had no weapons, no magic, only her courage and the rose. As the sentinels closed in, she did the only thing she could think of. She sang. It was a song from her childhood, one she and Kai had sung in the garden. A simple melody about roses and summer days. Her voice, though trembling at first, grew stronger, filling the hall with warmth that seemed impossible in this frozen place. The sentinels paused, their forms shimmering as if confused. The rose in Gerta's pocket blazed with heat, and as she sang, the sentinels began to melt their icy bodies, dissolving into puddles that reflected the aurora's light. The song ended, and the hall was silent once more, save for the drip of melting ice. Gerta's knees buckled, but she caught herself, her breath ragged. "I'm coming, Kai," she said, her voice a vow. She moved deeper into the palace, the corridors narrowing until she reached a massive chamber, its ceiling lost in a haze of frost. At its center was a throne of ice, empty but radiating power. And there on the floor before it was Kai. He sat hunched over a puzzle of ice shards, his fingers moving mechanically as he tried to fit them together. His face was pale, his eyes dull, the spark that had once defined him extinguished. The shard in his eye glinted faintly, and the one in his heart had turned his breath to frost. He didn't look up as Gerta approached his focus, consumed by the impossible task the Snow Queen had set to form the word eternity from the scattered pieces. Kai, Gerta cried, rushing to his side. She knelt before him, her hands hovering over his shoulders. "It's me, Gerta. I've come for you." He didn't respond, his fingers still shifting the ice. His voice, when it came, was flat, devoid of warmth. "Go away. I have to finish this." Gerta's heart ached, but she refused to give up. She touched his face, her fingers brushing his cold cheek. "Kai, look at me. Remember the garden, the roses. We promised we'd always be there for each other." His hand paused, a flicker of confusion crossing his face. But the shard's curse held firm. "The roses are dead," he muttered. "Everything dies." Tears welled in Gerta's eyes, but she shook her head. "Not us, not our friendship." She pulled the rose from her pocket, its petals vibrant despite the cold. "This is ours, Kai. It's still alive just like you are." Kai's eyes flicked to the rose, and for a moment the shard in his eye seemed to dim. But then he turned away, his voice sharp. "Leave me alone. I don't need you." Gerta's resolve wavered, but she remembered Bey's words. It was Kai's heart twisted by the curse that held him here. She had to reach it no matter how much it hurt. She set the rose on the ice beside him and wrapped her arms around him, pulling him close despite his resistance. "I'm not leaving you," she whispered, her voice breaking. "I love you, Kai. You're my best friend. Come back to me." Her tears fell hot against the cold of his skin, and one landed on his cheek, sliding toward the shard in his eye. The shard shimmered, then dissolved, washed away by the warmth of her love. Kai gasped, his body trembling, as the second shard lodged in his heart began to melt. Gerta held him tighter, her sobs mingling with his as the curse broke. The ice puzzle shattered its pieces, scattering like stars, and Kai's eyes cleared the storm within them, replaced by the warmth she'd always known. "Gerta," he whispered, his voice small and uncertain. He looked at her, really saw her, and tears streamed down his face. You came for me." She laughed through her tears, hugging him fiercely. "Of course I did, you idiot. I'd cross 100 tundras for you." Kai clung to her, his body shaking as the warmth of their friendship flooded back. The rose on the ice glowed brighter, its light banishing the chamber's chill. The palace itself seemed to shudder, as if the Snow Queen's power recoiled from the heat of their bond. Gerta helped Kai to his feet, his legs unsteady, but his spirit returning. "Let's go home," she said, tucking the rose back into her pocket, but the palace was not done with them. As they turned to leave, a gust of wind roared through the chamber, and the Snow Queen appeared. She stood on her throne, her silver hair swirling like a blizzard, her eyes cold as the void. "You dare defy me?" she said, her voice a chime of breaking ice. "The boy is mine, bound by his own heart." Gerta stepped in front of Kai, her fear swallowed by courage. "He's not yours. He's Kai, and he belongs with me. You can't have him." The Snow Queen's gaze pierced Gerta, but the rose in her pocket flared, its light shielding her. The Queen hesitated, her power faltering against the purity of Gerta's love. With a final icy glare, she vanished, her form dissolving into the wind. The palace groaned, its walls cracking as if mourning her retreat. Gerta and Kai ran hand in hand through the collapsing corridors. The ice melted behind them, the sentinels crumbling into snow. They burst into the open air, the tundra stretching before them, and collapsed in the snow, laughing and crying in equal measure. The aurora above pulsed as if celebrating their victory. "We did it," Kai said, his voice hoarse but alive. "You did it. We're not home yet." Gerta said, smiling. But we will be together. The rose in her pocket glowed softly, a beacon of hope in the endless winter, and the stars seemed to nod in approval. The Snow Queen's palace was behind them, but the journey home lay ahead, and Gerta knew with Kai by her side they could face anything. The tundra lay quiet in the aftermath of the Snow Queen's defeat, its icy expanse softened by the first hints of dawn. Gerta and Kai stood hand in hand, their breath visible in the crisp air, their faces alight with the joy of reunion. The palace of ice loomed behind them, its spires dulled as if mourning its mistress's retreat. The rose in Gerta's pocket pulsed with a gentle warmth, a reminder of the love that had carried them through the darkest of trials. They were free, but the journey was not over. Home was far, and the world, though kinder, now still held challenges for two children who had defied winter itself. Kai, still pale from his time in the Snow Queen's thrall, leaned on Gerta, his legs unsteady, but his spirit rekindled. "I can't believe you came for me," he said, his voice soft with wonder. "All that way through storms and bandits and her." Gerta squeezed his hand, her smile fierce. "You'd have done the same for me, Kai. Don't pretend you wouldn't." He laughed, a sound Gerta hadn't heard in what felt like forever, and it warmed her more than any fire. But the tundra was no place to linger. The cold bit at their exposed skin and their clothes, though sturdy, were no match for the northern winds. Gerta scanned the horizon, hoping for a sign of Bay, the reindeer who had brought her here. As if summoned by her thoughts, a familiar shape emerged from the snow, his antlers silhouetted against the rising sun. "Bay!" Gerta cried, running to meet him. The reindeer lowered his head, his eyes warm with pride. "You did it, little one," he rumbled. "You broke the Queen's spell. Few could have done what you have." Kai stepped forward, his expression sheepish. "I owe you too, I guess, for helping Gerta." Bay snorted, a puff of steam rising from his nostrils. "Thank the girl, not me." Her heart led the way. "Now climb on, the tundra is no place for children, and you've a long road home." Gerta and Kai clambered onto Bay's back, Gerta in front and Kai behind, his arms wrapped around her waist. The reindeer set off at a steady pace, his hooves sure on the icy ground. The tundra blurred past its stark beauty, giving way to the rolling plains where Gerta had faced bandits and found allies. As they traveled, Kai spoke, his voice halting, at first then stronger as he unburdened himself. "I saw everything differently," he said, his cheek pressed against Gerta's shoulder. "The mirror, it made the world ugly. The roses, the village, even you. I thought I was better off alone, that nothing mattered. But you never gave up on me." Gerta's throat tightened. "I couldn't. You're Kai. You're my best friend." He hugged her tighter, and they rode in silence, the rose in her pocket glowing faintly as if in approval. Bay carried them through the plains, his strength unwavering, and as the days passed, the air grew warmer, the snow thinning to reveal patches of grass and stone. Winter was loosening its grip, and spring whispered on the horizon. Their first stop was the bandit camp, where Wren, the fierce girl who had saved Gerta, greeted them with a grin. She lounged by a fire, her dagger glinting as she tossed it from hand to hand. "Well, look who's back," she drawled. "The hero and her lost boy. You actually did it." Gerta slid from Bay's back, her eyes bright. "I told you I would. This is Kai. Kai. This is Ren. She's complicated, but she helped me." Kai, still shy from his ordeal, nodded. "Thanks for keeping Gerta safe." Ren smirked, but her gaze softened. "Don't get sappy on me. You two are trouble, but the good kind. Here, take this." She tossed Gerta a small leather pouch filled with dried meat and nuts. "You'll need it for the road, and if you ever need a knife in a fight, you know where to find me." Gerta laughed, tucking the pouch into her satchel. "I hope I don't, but I'll remember you, Ren." As they left the camp, Mara Ren's mother watched from the shadows, her hard face softened by a rare smile. The bandits, for all their roughness, respected courage, and Gerta had earned their regard. Next, Bay carried them to the castle of Princess Lila and Eric. The modest fortress stood bathed in sunlight, its stone walls warmed by the promise of spring. Lila ran to meet them, her curls bouncing, while Eric followed his quiet smile, a contrast to her exuberance. "You're back," Lila cried, hugging Gerta fiercely. "And you found him. Oh, this is better than any story." Kai, overwhelmed by her enthusiasm, managed a grin. "I'm Kai. Thanks for, helping Gerta." Lila waved a hand. "It was nothing. You should have seen her, Kai. She was unstoppable. A real hero." Eric placed a hand on Kai's shoulder. "You're lucky to have her. Both of you stay a while. Rest, eat. You've earned it." They spent a day in the castle, feasting on roasted pheasant and fresh bread, their laughter echoing in the hall. Lila regaled them with tales of her own adventures, while Eric offered practical advice for the journey home. They gifted Gerta and Kai a pair of sturdy ponies, their saddles packed with blankets and provisions. "These will get you to your village," Eric said. "And if you ever need a friend, our gates are open." Gerta's eyes shone with gratitude. "You've all been so kind. I don't know how to thank you." Lila grinned. "Just keep being you, Gerta. That's enough." With heavy hearts but lighter spirits, Gerta and Kai said goodbye. Their ponies trotting southward, Bay, his task complete, bowed his head. "You've brought warmth to the north, little ones. May your garden bloom forever." With a final nudge, he turned and vanished into the wilds, his antlers fading into the haze. The journey home was gentler than Gerta's outward trek. The plains gave way to forests, then to hills dappled with wild flowers. The ponies were sure-footed, and Kai, growing stronger, each day began to tease Gerta as he once had his laughter a balm to her soul. They spoke of the garden of the roses of the life they'd reclaim. But Gerta noticed something new in Kai, a quiet thoughtfulness, as if the mirror's curse had left him with a deeper understanding of the world. One evening, as they camped by a stream, Kai stared into the fire, his expression serious. "I was wrong, Gerta, about the roses, about everything. The world isn't ugly. It's fragile, and it's worth fighting for. Gerta smiled, tossing a twig into the flames. That's why we have each other, to keep fighting. He nodded, and they sat in companionable silence, the stars above mirroring the fire below. When they finally reached the village, it was spring. The hills were green, the air sweet with the scent of blossoms. The village seemed unchanged, yet brighter, as if it had been waiting for them. Gerta's grandmother stood at the gate, her eyes wet with tears as she ran to embrace them. "My children," she whispered, holding them close. "Your home." The garden was their first stop. The roses which had slept through the winter were awake, their crimson petals bursting with life. Gerta and Kai knelt among them, their hands brushing the soft blooms. The rose from Gerta's pocket, still vibrant, was planted in the center, its roots sinking deep into the earth. It stood as a symbol of their journey, of the love that had defied a queen and a curse. That night the village gathered to hear their story. Children sat wide-eyed as Gerta recounted her trek through the tundra, her battles with the Snow Queen's sentinels, and her reunion with Kai. Kai, blushing under the attention, added his own quiet words, praising Gerta's courage. The villagers listened, their faces glowing with pride, and the tale spread, becoming a legend of the girl who had brought summer to winter. In the days that followed, Gerta and Kai rebuilt their lives. They tended the garden, laughed as they once had, and dreamed of new adventures. But they were changed, marked by the journey in ways only they understood. Gerta kept Wren's pouch, Lila's cloak, and Eric's words, close reminders of the allies who had shaped her path. Kai, too, carried lessons from the mirror's curse, his heart open to the beauty he'd once rejected. The rose in the garden bloomed brighter than any other, its petals a beacon of hope. It was said that even in the deepest winter, it never faded, a testament to the power of love and perseverance. Gerta and Kai, now inseparable, grew up with the village's love, their friendship a light that no darkness could dim. And so, the story of the Snow Queen and the girl who defied her lived on, whispered by the wind, sung by the roses, and cherished by those who believed that even the coldest heart could be warmed by a friend's unwavering faith. Story: The Steadfast Tin Soldier. In the heart of a bustling city where cobblestone streets wound like rivers through rows of crooked houses, there stood a small, forgotten toy shop, its windows clouded with dust and its sign creaking in the wind. The shop was a relic, a place where time seemed to pause, preserving the magic of childhood in the form of wooden horses, porcelain dolls, and tin soldiers lined up in neat rows. It was here, in the flickering glow of an oil lamp, that tin was born, not from flesh and blood, but from a single molten spoonful of tin, the last in the craftsman's crucible. The old toy maker, his hands gnarled from years of work, poured the metal into a mold, shaping it into a soldier with a musket in hand and a heart that, though made of tin, seemed to pulse with a quiet, unspoken longing. Tin was not like his brothers. The toy maker had crafted 24 other soldiers, each identical, their 2 legs sturdy, their uniforms painted in bold reds and blues, their faces set with stoic determination. But Tin, the 25th, was incomplete. The tin had run dry before his second leg could be formed, leaving him with a single limb and a balance that required constant effort to maintain. The toy maker, too kind to discard him, painted Tin's uniform with the same care, gave him the same musket, and set him on a wooden shelf beside his brothers. Yet Tin knew he was different. His one leg forced him to stand with a slight lean, his musket held at an angle to keep from toppling. But his eyes, 2 dots of black ink painstakingly drawn, burned with a fire that no imperfection could dim. The toy shop was a world of wonders, but it was also a place of waiting. Days bled into weeks, and Tin stood sentinel on his shelf watching as children pressed their noses to the grimy windows, their breath fogging the glass. Some pointed at the soldiers, their voices bright with excitement, but none chose Tin. His brothers were bought one by one, carried off to homes filled with laughter and games, while Tin remained his single leg, a silent rebuke to his dreams of adventure. Yet he did not despair. He stood tall, his musket steady, his gaze fixed on the world beyond the shop, where he imagined battles to be fought and glories to be won. One chilly autumn evening, when the shop's lamp cast long shadows across the cluttered shelves, a boy named Emile entered with his mother. Emile was small, with tousled brown hair and eyes that sparkled with curiosity. His mother, her coat patched at the elbows, clutched a few coins, her face lined with the weariness of a hard life. "Choose something, Emile," she said softly, "but we can't afford much." Emile's gaze swept the shop, lingering on a wooden boat, a painted drum, and finally the tin soldiers. His finger pointed to the shelf where Tin stood, and his voice rang out clear and certain. "I want those soldiers. All of them." The toy maker, his eyes crinkling with a smile, wrapped the soldiers in brown paper, including Tin, who felt a thrill course through his metal frame. To be chosen, to be wanted, it was a dream he had scarcely dared to dream. The journey to Emile's home was a blur of jostling and darkness, the paper crinkling around him, but Tin's heart, if a tin heart could be said to beat, thrummed with anticipation. When the package was opened, he found himself in a new world, a cozy room with a sagging wooden floor, a fireplace that crackled with warmth, and a table cluttered with Emile's treasures. Marbles, a toy horse, and a small castle made of painted wood. Emile arranged the soldiers in formation, their muskets gleaming under the firelight, and Tin, despite his one leg, stood proudly among them. The boy's hands were gentle, his laughter a melody that filled the room with life. But it was not Emile's games that captured Tin's attention. At the edge of the table, on a small pedestal of polished oak, stood a figure that stole the breath he did not have. She was a dancer, a ballerina crafted from paper, her body delicate as a whisper, her arms arched gracefully above her head. Her dress, a swirl of white tissue flecked with silver sequins, caught the light like a constellation. She balanced on one leg, her other bent in a perfect arabesque, and her face, painted with delicate strokes, held a smile that was both serene and sorrowful. Her name, Tin learned from Emile's chatter, was Lila. She was a gift from the boy's late father, a keepsake cherished above all others. Lila stood motionless, her paper form swaying slightly in the drafts that slipped through the room's cracked windows. Yet to Tin, she was alive, a vision of beauty that made his tin heart ache. He watched her from his place among the soldiers, his single leg rooted to the table, his musket a forgotten weight in his hands. Under the moonlight that streamed through the window, Lila's sequins sparkled, and Tin, in his silent, steadfast way, fell in love. The room was a universe, and Lila was its sun. Each night when Emil slept and the fire dwindled to embers, Tin gazed at her, his black ink eyes tracing the curve of her arms, the tilt of her head, the way her dress seemed to dance even in stillness. He imagined speaking to her, telling her of the battles he would fight, the worlds he would conquer, if only to win a single glance from her painted eyes. But he was a soldier, and soldiers did not speak of love. They stood guard, they endured, and so Tin did his one leg, a pillar of resolve, his heart a flame that burned without sound. Yet love, even in a tin heart, was not without its shadows. In the corner of the table, half hidden among Emil's toys, was a jack-in-the-box. Its painted exterior faded, but its presence ominous. The figure inside a goblin with a twisted grin and eyes that gleamed with malice seemed to watch Tin with an intensity that chilled his metal frame. Tin had seen it spring free during Emil's games, its laughter a harsh cackle that set the other toys on edge. The goblin Tin sensed was no mere plaything. It was a creature of envy, of chaos, and it had noticed the way Tin's gaze lingered on Lila. Its eyes glinting in the dark promised trouble, a threat that hung over the room like a storm cloud. Tin's love for Lila was a secret he guarded fiercely, but it was not invisible. The other soldiers, rigid in their formation, offered no comment, their painted faces blank. The toy horse, the marbles, the wooden castle. They were silent witnesses, indifferent to the drama unfolding on their table. But Lila, in her stillness, seemed to sense Tin's devotion. Once, when a draft tilted her pedestal ever so slightly, her painted eyes met his, and Tin felt a spark, a connection that defied the boundaries of tin and paper. She did not move, did not speak yet in that moment. Tin believed she saw him not as a flawed soldier, but as a soul capable of love. The nights passed, each one a quiet vigil for Tin. He stood guard his musket, steady his single leg, unwavering his heart fixed on Lila. He dreamed of a world where he could step down from his place, take her hand and lead her in a dance that would make the stars jealous. But he was a soldier, bound by duty, by the limits of his form. He could not move, could not speak, could only love in silence. And yet that love gave him strength, a courage that burned brighter than any fire. But the goblin in the jack-in-the-box was not idle. Its eyes, gleaming with spite, followed Tin's every glance, its twisted grin widening with each passing night. It sensed the power of Tin's love, the purity of his devotion, and it hated him for it. In the quiet hours when the room was still, the goblin began to scheme its malice, a poison that seeped into the air. Tin, unaware of the danger, stood firm, his gaze never wavering from Lila. He did not know that fate, cruel and capricious, was about to test his steadfast heart. As the moon rose higher, casting its silver light across the table, a breeze slipped through the window, stirring Lila's paper dress. Tin's heart leaped, imagining it was a sign, a whisper of her own longing. But the breeze carried something else, a faint, sinister creak from the jack-in-the-box, a warning that the storm was coming. Tin tightened his grip on his musket, his one leg steady, his eyes fixed on Lila. Whatever lay ahead, he would face it for her, for the love that had given his tin heart a reason to beat. The room where Tin stood guard was a quiet kingdom, its borders defined by the edges of Emil's cluttered table, its sky the cracked ceiling that loomed above. By day it was a place of chaos, alive with the boys' laughter, the clatter of marbles, and the galloping of a wooden horse across imagined battlefields. But at night, when Emile slept and the fire in the hearth dwindled to a soft glow, the room transformed. The shadows softened, the air grew still, and the moonlight slipping through the window's warped panes bathed the table in a silver sheen that turned every toy into a figure of enchantment. It was in these hours under the moon's gentle watch that Tin's love for Lila, the paper ballerina, bloomed into something deeper, something that felt both eternal and impossibly fragile. Tin stood at his post among the other tin soldiers, his single leg rooted to the table, his musket held at a precise angle to keep his balance. His brothers, 24 in all, were silent sentinels, their painted faces blank, their 2 legs granting them a stability Tin could only envy. Yet he did not resent them. His 1 leg, his imperfection, was a part of him. And it was with that imperfection that he loved Leila. A love so fierce it seemed to hum within his tin frame, a vibration no one else could hear. His black ink eyes, fixed on the ballerina across the table, traced her every detail. The curve of her paper arms arched in a perfect arabesque, the shimmer of her sequined dress catching the moonlight like a scattering of stars, the delicate tilt of her head as if she were listening to a melody only she could hear. Lila stood on her pedestal, balanced on 1 leg in a mirror of Tin's own stance. Her other leg bent gracefully behind her. Her face, painted with strokes of watercolor, held a smile that was both serene and wistful, as if she dreamed of a world beyond the table, beyond the confines of her paper form. To Tin, she was more than a toy, more than a creation of scissors and glue. She was a vision, a muse, a reason for his tin heart to endure the stillness of his existence. Each night as the moon climbed higher, he watched her, his gaze unwavering, his love, a silent vow that needed no words. The room was not without its dangers, even in the quiet of the night. The jack-in-the-box lurking in the table's shadowed corner was a constant threat, its painted exterior hiding a goblin whose malice seemed to grow with each passing day. Tin had seen it spring free during Emile's games, its coiled body snapping upward with a cackle that sent shivers through the other toys. The goblin's eyes, glinting with a cruel intelligence, had begun to linger on Tin, as if it sensed the depth of his devotion to Leila and resented it. Tin met its gaze with the stoic resolve of a soldier, but he could not shake the feeling that the goblin was biding its time, waiting for a moment to strike. Tonight the air felt heavier, charged with an unseen tension. The fire had burned low, its embers casting a faint red glow that mingled with the moonlight. The other toys, the wooden horse, the marbles, the painted castle stood silent, their roles in Emile's games forgotten until dawn. Tin, his musket steady, kept his eyes on Lila, but his senses were alert, attuned to the slightest creak or rustle. The window left ajar by Emile's careless hand admitted a breeze that stirred the room, ruffling Lila's paper dress and setting her sequins aglitter. To Tin, it was as if she were dancing, her form swaying in a waltz only the wind could hear. His heart, if it could be called that, leapt at the sight, and for a moment he dared to dream of a world where he could join her, where his 1 leg would not hold him back. The breeze grew stronger, and Lila's pedestal tilted ever so slightly, her paper form leaning toward Tin. His breath, if he had breath, would have caught in his throat. Was it a trick of the light, or had her painted eyes met his, their watercolor depths holding a spark of recognition? Tin stood taller, his musket gripped tighter, his single leg a pillar of resolve. He wanted to call out to her to tell her that he would fight any battle face, any storm to be worthy of her gaze. But he was a soldier, bound by silence, by the limits of his tin form. So he loved her in the only way he could, with his eyes, with his stillness, with the unyielding strength of his devotion. The moment was shattered by a low, sinister creak from the jack-in-the-box. Tin's gaze snapped to the corner where the goblin's painted lid quivered as if straining to burst free. The moonlight caught the gleam of its eyes visible through a crack in the box, and Tin felt a chill that had nothing to do with the night air. The goblin was watching its malice, a tangible force that seemed to coil around the table like smoke. Tin tightened his grip on his musket, his black ink eyes narrowing. He did not know what the goblin planned, but he knew it was tied to Layla, to the love that had become his reason for being. He would protect her no matter the cost. The night wore on the moon, tracing its arc across the sky. Tin's vigil was unbroken, his gaze returning to Lila whenever the goblin's threat seemed to recede. He imagined speaking to her, his voice a whisper of tin and courage. "I am not whole," he would say, "but my heart is yours, and it will never falter." He pictured her smiling, her paper hand reaching for his, their forms twirling in a dance that defied the laws of their world. The dream was foolish, impossible, yet it sustained him a spark that burned brighter than the embers in the hearth. As dawn approached, the room grew colder, the moonlight fading to a pale gray. The breeze died and Lila's dress fell still, her pedestal steady once more. Tin felt a pang of loss, as if the night had stolen a piece of her from him. But he stood firm, his one leg unwavering, his musket, a symbol of his resolve. He was a soldier, and soldiers endured. He would wait for the next night, and the next for as long as it took to feel that spark again, to believe that Lila saw him as he saw her. But the goblin had other plans. As the first light of morning crept through the window, the jack-in-the-box creaked again. Louder this time, its lid trembling with suppressed energy. Tin's eyes flicked to it, his tin heart tightening with a soldier's instinct. Something was coming, something dark and deliberate. The goblin's eyes glinting through the crack were fixed on him, and in their depths Tin saw a promise of chaos. The love he bore for Lila, pure and steadfast, had made him a target, and the goblin with its twisted heart would stop at nothing to tear them apart. Emil stirred in his bed, his soft snores breaking the silence. The room would soon awaken the table once again, a battlefield for the boys' games. Tin knew his time with Lila was fleeting, that the daylight would bring new challenges, new dangers. But he was ready. He had faced the loneliness of the toy shop, the rejection of countless children, and he had emerged with a heart that refused to break. For Lila, he would face anything. Goblin storms, even the cruel whims of fate itself. The sun rose, its golden rays spilling across the table, and Tin stood taller, his musket steady, his black ink eyes fixed on Lila. She was still her paper form, a vision of grace. But Tin felt her presence, a warmth that no dawn could dim. He did not know what the day would bring, nor what the goblin's malice held in store. But he knew one thing with a certainty that burned through his tin frame. He loved Lila, and that love would carry him through whatever trials lay ahead. As Emil's footsteps echoed across the room, signaling the start of a new day, the jack-in-the-box gave one final ominous creak, its lid snapping shut with a sound like a promise. Tin tightened his grip on his musket, his one leg a pillar of defiance, his heart a flame that would not be extinguished. The battle was coming, and he would face it for Lila. For love, for the chance to prove that even a one-legged soldier could be steadfast in the face of destiny. The morning sun flooded Emil's room, its golden light banishing the moonlit dreams that had sustained Tin through the night. The table, once a quiet kingdom where Tin's love for Lila bloomed in silence, was now a chaotic battlefield alive with the boy's boundless energy. Emil, his brown hair tousled from sleep, bounded to the table, his hands scooping up tin soldiers, marbles, and the wooden horse with gleeful abandon. Tin, standing steadfast on his single leg, felt the familiar jolt of the boy's touch as he was arranged in a mock battle line. His musket pointed at an imaginary foe, but his black ink eyes, ever vigilant, remained fixed on Lila, the paper ballerina who stood serene on her pedestal, her sequined dress catching the sunlight in a dance of silver sparks. The jack-in-the-box lurking in the table's shadowed corner was silent now. Its painted lid closed its goblin hidden within. Yet Tin felt its presence a malevolent weight that seemed to press against the air. The goblin's eyes glinting through the crack last night had promised chaos, and Tin, though only a soldier of tin, knew that danger was near. He tightened his grip on his musket, his one leg steady his heart. If a tin heart could be said to beat, pounding with a soldier's resolve, he would protect Lila no matter what the goblin had planned, no matter what fate decreed. The morning passed in a blur of Emil's games. Tin was marched across the table, toppled in mock battles, and propped up again, his single leg a constant challenge to his balance. Through it all, he kept Lila in his sight, her graceful form a beacon that anchored him amid the chaos. She stood unmoved, her paper arms arched her painted smile, a quiet promise that sustained him. Once, when Emil's careless hand brushed her pedestal, she swayed and Tin's heart leaped, imagining she was reaching for him. But the moment passed, and she settled back into stillness, her beauty as distant as the stars. As noon approached, the room grew warmer. The fire in the hearth rekindled to ward off the autumn chill. Emil's mother called him to lunch, and the boy, with a final flourish, sent the wooden horse galloping across the table before dashing away. The room fell silent, the toys left in disarray, and Tin, standing near the table's edge, felt a momentary peace. He gazed at Lila, his black ink eyes tracing the curve of her paper dress, the delicate bend of her leg. In the quiet, he could almost believe they were alone, that the world was theirs, that his love could bridge the gap between tin and paper. But fate, cruel and capricious, had other plans. The window left ajar by Emil's forgetful hand admitted a sudden gust of wind, sharp and cold, that swept across the table like a living thing. It ruffled Lila's dress, tilted the wooden castle, and caught Tin standing precariously close to the edge. He felt his single leg wobble his musket, no help against the invisible force. Before he could brace himself, the wind struck again, and Tin toppled, his tin body tumbling off the table and plummeting to the floor below. The fall was a chaos of motion, the world spinning as Tin crashed onto the wooden floor, his musket clattering beside him. Pain. If a tin soldier could feel pain, was a dull ache in his frame, but it was the distance from Lila that hurt most. He lay on his side, his one leg useless against the smooth boards, his eyes searching for her. From the floor, he could just see her pedestal, her paper form still standing untouched by the wind that had claimed him. She was safe, and for that, Tin was grateful. But the thought of being separated from her was a wound deeper than any fall. Before he could gather his bearings, a new danger emerged. The door to the room stood open, and another gust of wind stronger than the last swept through, catching Tin and dragging him across the floor. He skidded toward the threshold, his tin body scraping against the wood, his musket lost in the tumult. The wind was relentless, a force that seemed to carry the goblin's malice, and Tin, helpless on his one leg, could only endure as it propelled him out of the house and into the street beyond. The city was a maelstrom, a world of towering boots, rumbling carts, and voices that roared like thunder. Tin landed in a gutter, the cold, filthy water swirling around him, threatening to swallow his small form. He struggled to stand, his one leg slipping in the muck, but his soldier's heart refused to yield. He thought of Lila, her painted smile, her sequined dress, and that image became his strength. He would survive this. He would return to her no matter the cost. The water carried him downward, a relentless current that pulled him through the city's underbelly. The gutter became a sewer, its walls slick with grime, its air thick with the stench of decay. Shadows moved in the darkness. Rats, their eyes glinting like the goblins, their teeth bared in hunger. Tin, defenseless without his musket, faced them with the only weapon he had, his courage. Back he would have shouted if he could, his black ink eyes blazing with defiance. The rats circled their claws, scraping the stone, but something in Tin's unyielding gaze made them hesitate, and they slunk away, leaving him to the mercy of the current. The sewer spat him into a broader stream, a canal that wound through the city's heart. Tin, battered but unbroken, found himself caught in a piece of debris, a scrap of newspaper folded into the shape of a boat by some child's careless hand. The boat bobbed on the water, a fragile vessel that carried him through a world he had never seen. The city loomed above its buildings like mountains, its people like giants, their voices a distant roar. Tin stood on his one leg, his tin body swaying with the boat's motion, his eyes fixed on the horizon. He did not know where he was going, only that he must keep moving, must find a way back to Lila. The canal grew wilder, its waters churned by a sudden rain that fell in sheets, soaking the paper boat and threatening to sink it. Tin clung to his place, his single leg a anchor, his heart a flame that burned through the cold. He thought of Lila standing on her pedestal, her paper arms reaching for a dance she could never perform. He imagined her waiting for him, her painted eyes searching the table, and that image gave him the strength to endure. The boat spun, tilted, and finally capsized, sending Tin plummeting into the depths. Darkness enveloped him, the water a suffocating weight. He sank, his one leg useless, his tin body pulled toward the canal's muddy bed. But even as despair loomed, a new terror emerged. A shadow loomed above a gaping maw that swallowed him whole. Tin found himself inside the belly of a fish, its slimy walls pressing against him, its movements a lurching nightmare. He was trapped, his love for Leela, a distant star in a world of blackness. Yet he did not surrender. He stood as best he could, his one leg braced against the fish's flesh, his black ink eyes fixed on a vision only he could see. Days passed, or perhaps hours. Time was a blur in the fish's belly. Tin's thoughts were of Lila, her grace, her stillness, her smile. He did not know if he would ever see her again, but he refused to let her memory fade. His tin heart steadfast and true beat with a rhythm that defied his prison. He was a soldier, and soldiers fought even when the battle seemed lost. Fate, ever unpredictable, offered a glimmer of hope. The fish caught by a fisherman's net was hauled from the canal and sold to a market stall. A cook, her hands rough from years of work, sliced it open, and there amidst the glistening entrails was Tin. His tin body dulled but unbroken, his one leg still proud. The cook, surprised but indifferent, tossed him into a basket of odds and ends, and Tin, for the first time in what felt like an eternity, saw the light of day. He was far from Emil's room, far from Lila, but he was alive, and that was enough. The basket was carried to a new house, a place of warmth and noise where children played and a fire roared. Tin, placed on a shelf among other discarded treasures, stood tall, his black ink eyes searching for a path back to his love. He did not know how he would return, nor what trials awaited, but he knew one thing: his heart belonged to Lila, and no distance, no darkness could change that. As the children of the house rummaged through the basket, Tin felt a spark of hope. Perhaps one of them would take him, carry him closer to Emil's room, to the table where Lila waited. But in the shadows of his mind, he sensed the goblin's influence, a lingering malice that had followed him from the Jack-in-the-Box. The battle was far from over, and Tin, steadfast and brave, prepared himself for whatever lay ahead. His one leg a testament to his unyielding love. The world Tin had known, Emil's cluttered table, the moonlit nights, and Lila's serene presence felt like a distant dream as he lay in the basket of odds and ends in a stranger's home. The house was a cacophony of life: children's laughter, the clatter of pots, the hum of a mother's lullaby. Yet Tin, battered from his journey through the city's underbelly, felt only the ache of separation. His tin body dulled by the canal's waters, and the fish's belly bore the scars of his trials, but his single leg stood firm, his black ink eyes still burning with the image of Lila, the paper ballerina who had claimed his heart. She was his North Star, his reason to endure. And though he was far from her, he clung to the hope that fate, however cruel, might lead him back to her side. The basket, a jumble of broken toys, bent spoons, and forgotten trinkets, was Tin's temporary prison. He stood among the debris, his one leg braced against a cracked porcelain cup, his musket lost somewhere in the canal's depths. The children of the house, a boy and a girl with curious hands, rummaged through the basket daily, their fingers brushing past Tin as they sought treasures for their games. He watched them with a soldier's patience, hoping one might carry him closer to Emil's room, to the table where Lila stood in her eternal arabesque. But the children, engrossed in their own worlds, paid him little heed, and Tin's hope, though steadfast, began to flicker like a candle in a storm. Days passed, each one a test of Tin's resolve. The house was warm, its hearth a constant roar, but the warmth could not reach the coldness in his tin heart. a coldness born of absence. He thought of Lila constantly, her sequined dress, her painted smile, the way her paper form swayed in the moonlight. He imagined her waiting for him, her watercolor eyes searching the table, unaware of the trials he had faced. The thought was both a comfort and a torment, a reminder of what he had lost and what he still fought for. He was a soldier, and soldiers did not surrender even when the odds were stacked against them. Fate, ever capricious, offered a twist that Tin could not have foreseen. One morning the girl, her pigtails bouncing, plucked Tin from the basket with a squeal of delight. "Look, a soldier!" she cried, holding him up to the light. Her brother, a boy with a smudge of dirt on his cheek, peered over her shoulder. "He's got only one leg," he said, frowning. "He's broken." The girl shook her head, her eyes bright. "He's brave, I can tell." Tin in her small hand felt a surge of gratitude. To be seen, to be valued even by a child, was a spark of hope in his darkened world. The children, it turned out, were cousins of Emile, visiting the city for a market fair. Their mother, packing for the return to their village, decided to send a gift to Emile, a token of their visit. The girl, clutching Tin, insisted he be included. "He belongs with other soldiers," she said, her voice firm. And so Tin was wrapped in a scrap of cloth, tucked into a parcel with a wooden top and a bag of sweets, and carried back to the city, back to the house where Lila waited. The journey was a blur of jolts and murmurs, but Tin's heart, if a tin heart could beat, thrummed with anticipation. He was going home. When the parcel was opened in Emile's room, Tin felt the familiar warmth of the hearth, the familiar creak of the floorboards. Emile's hands, gentle but careless, unwrapped him, and Tin was placed on the table once more among his brothers, the tin soldiers who stood in silent formation. His black ink eyes sought Lila immediately, and there she was, unchanged, her paper form as graceful as ever, her sequined dress catching the firelight in a dance of silver. She stood on her pedestal, one leg bent, her arms arched, her painted smile, a beacon that drew Tin's gaze like a moth to a flame. He was home, and though his body was battered, his love was unbroken. But the room was not as he had left it. The jack-in-the-box, still lurking in the table's corner, seemed to pulse with a darker energy, its painted lid trembling as if eager to spring free. Tin felt the goblin's gaze, its malicious eyes fixed on him as if it knew of his trials and resented his return. The other toys, the wooden horse, the marbles, the painted castle stood silent, but Tin sensed a tension in the air, a storm brewing in the quiet. He tightened his grip on his imaginary musket, his one leg steady, his resolve as firm as ever. He had faced rats, rivers, and the belly of a fish. He would face the goblin too if it meant protecting Lila. The days that followed were a fragile reprieve. Emile's games resumed, and Tin was once again marched across the table, toppled in mock battles and propped up with care. Lila remained on her pedestal, untouched by the chaos, her stillness, a contrast to the turmoil in Tin's heart. He watched her whenever he could, his black ink eyes tracing her every detail. His love, a silent vow that grew stronger with each passing moment. Once, when Emile's hand brushed her pedestal, she tilted slightly, and Tin imagined she was leaning toward him, her painted eyes meeting his in a moment of shared longing. The dream was fleeting, but it was enough to sustain him. But the goblin was not idle. Its malice, fueled by envy of Tin's steadfast love, had grown into a force that seemed to bend the very air. Tin noticed subtle changes. The jack-in-the-box's lid creaked more often, its painted eyes glinting with a crueler light. He sensed it whispering, though he could not hear the words, its influence seeping into the room like poison. Emile, unaware of the drama unfolding on his table, played with a distracted air, his hands rougher than usual, his laughter tinged with impatience. Tin, ever vigilant, felt a growing dread, a soldier's instinct that warned of danger. The storm broke on a cold afternoon when the fire in the hearth roared high, its flames casting wild shadows across the room. Emile, in a mood of restless energy, was staging a grand battle. The tin soldiers arrayed against an army of marbles. Tin, placed near the table's edge, stood tall, his one leg steady, his eyes on Lila. But the jack-in-the-box, its lid trembling, seemed to pulse with a dark intent. As Emile reached for another soldier, his elbow brushed the box, and the goblin sprang free, its cackle a jagged sound that shattered the room's fragile peace. The goblin's eyes locked on Tin, its twisted grin a promise of ruin. Before Tin could react, Emile's hand, guided by some unseen force, swept across the table, catching Tin and sending him tumbling toward the hearth. The world spun, the table receding as Tin fell, his tin body clattering against the floor, then rolling toward the fire's open maw. He landed inches from the flames, their heat a searing force that licked at his metal frame. He struggled to stand, his one leg slipping on the hearth's stone, his black ink eyes searching for Lila. She was still there on her pedestal, her paper form untouched by the chaos. Tin's heart, though Tin ached with a love that burned brighter than the fire before him, he wanted to call out to her, to tell her that he would fight, that he would endure. But he was a soldier bound by silence. The flames crept closer, their heat warping his metal body, and Tin knew his time was short. He fixed his gaze on Lila, her painted smile a lifeline, her sequined dress a constellation that guided him through the pain. Then a miracle, or perhaps a final cruelty of fate. A gust of wind born of the fire's draft swept through the room, catching Lila's pedestal and sending her tumbling. Her paper form spun light as a leaf. Her arms still arched, her dress a whirl of silver. She floated toward the hearth, toward Tin. Her descent, a dance that seemed to defy the flames. She landed beside him, her paper body inches from the fire, her painted eyes meeting his in a moment of unbearable clarity. Tin, his body melting, his one leg buckling, felt no fear, only a fierce, radiant joy. Lila was with him, her presence a gift he had never dared to hope for. The flames surged, engulfing them both, but in that final moment, Tin's heart was whole. He loved her, and she was here in the fire in the end. The world faded, the pain dissolved, and Tin, steadfast to the last, surrendered to the flames. His black ink eyes fixed on Lila until the very end. The fire in Emile's hearth roared its flames, a fierce, unyielding force that consumed all it touched. Tin. The one-legged tin soldier lay amidst the blaze, his metal body softening under the relentless heat, his single leg no longer able to hold him upright. Beside him, Lila, the paper ballerina, burned with a grace that mirrored her life, a fleeting, radiant dance of silver sequins and delicate paper, her form curling and blackening in the fire's embrace. The world beyond the hearth. Emile's room, the table. The other toys faded into insignificance, reduced to shadows in the face of the inferno. Yet for Tin there was no pain, no fear, only the overwhelming presence of Lila. Her painted eyes locked with his in a moment that transcended the boundaries of tin and paper, of life and death. The flames were a crucible, a test of Tin's steadfast heart, and he met it with the courage that had defined him. His black ink eyes, melting but unyielding, held Lila's gaze, drinking in her beauty even as it was consumed. Her paper dress, once a constellation of sequins, flared brightly before dissolving into ash, and her delicate arms, arched in their eternal arabesque, crumbled into embers. Yet Tin saw not her destruction, but her essence, the grace that had captivated him, the stillness that had spoken to his silent love. In the fire they were together, bound by a bond that no flame could break. Tin's thoughts, if a tin soldier could have thoughts, were of the nights under the moonlight, when Lila's sequins had sparkled and her painted smile had seemed to beckon him. He remembered the trials he had faced, the fall from the table, the sewer's dark currents, the fish's suffocating belly, and how her image had sustained him, a beacon that guided him through despair. Now, in the fire's heart, he felt no regret, only a fierce, radiant joy. Lila had come to him, her paper form carried by a gust of fate, and in this final moment they were one. His tin heart, softening in the heat, seemed to pulse with a love that burned brighter than the flames, a love that would not be extinguished. The Jack-in-the-Box, its goblin still lurking in the table's shadowed corner, watched the scene with a twisted satisfaction. Its malice had orchestrated Tin's fall, its whispers guiding Emil's careless hand to send the soldier into the fire. Yet even the goblin with its cruel heart could not fully comprehend the power of Tin's devotion. It had sought to destroy him, to tear him from Lila. But in doing so, it had united them in a way it could never undo. The goblin's cackle, if it laughed, was drowned by the fire's roar. Its victory hollow in the face of a love that defied its schemes. As the flames consumed them, Tin and Lila seemed to transcend their forms. The tin soldier, his body melting into a shapeless mass, took on the shape of a heart, its edges glowing with the fire's heat. Lila, her paper form reduced to ash, left behind a single sequin, its silver gleam untouched by the blaze. They were no longer soldier and ballerina, no longer bound by the limits of their creation. They were love itself, a spark that burned eternal, a story that would linger long after the fire died. The hearth grew quiet, its flames subsiding to a bed of glowing embers. The room, once alive with the drama of Tin and Lila, returned to its mundane rhythm. Emil, unaware of the tragedy that had unfolded, returned to the table, his hands rearranging the tin soldiers, his laughter filling the air. The other toys, the wooden horse, the marbles, the painted castle stood silent, their roles unchanged, but there was a stillness in the room, a reverence that seemed to acknowledge the loss. The Jack-in-the-Box, its lid now closed, was a mute witness. Its goblin's malice spent its power, diminished in the face of Tin's sacrifice. When Emil's mother swept the hearth the next morning, she found the remnants of the fire's work, a small misshapen lump of tin shaped like a heart, and a single silver sequin, its shine undimmed. She paused her broom, still her eyes lingering on the strange relics. How curious, she murmured, her voice soft with wonder. She did not know the story of Tin, and Lila did not know the love that had burned brighter than the fire. But she felt a pang, a sense that something beautiful had passed. She set the tin heart and the sequin on a shelf, a quiet tribute to a tale she could never fully understand. Emile, too young to grasp the depth of what had happened, continued his games. But he noticed the absence of the one-legged soldier and the paper ballerina. "Where's the broken one?" he asked, his brow furrowed. "And the dancer?" His mother, with a gentle smile, pointed to the shelf, but Emile, distracted by a new toy, soon forgot. The tin soldiers marched on, the wooden horse galloped, and the jack-in-the-box sprang free in its cruel jests. But the table was emptier without Tin and Lila, its magic dimmed by their loss. In the nights that followed, the moonlight streamed through the window, casting its silver glow across the room. The other toys stood silent, but the air seemed to carry a whisper, a faint echo of a love that had defied fate. The tin heart and the sequin resting on the shelf caught the light, their surfaces gleaming with a warmth that spoke of Tin's courage, Lila's grace, and the bond that had united them in the fire. They were gone, yet they were everywhere in the shadows that danced on the walls, in the breeze that stirred the curtains, in the quiet moments when the room seemed to hold its breath. The story of Tin and Layla became a secret, a legend whispered among the toys when Emile slept. The wooden horse, its paint chipped, spoke of the soldier who had loved with a heart of tin. The marbles rolling in their bowl murmured of the ballerina who had danced into the flames. Even the jack-in-the-box, its goblin now subdued, could not escape the weight of their tale. The toys, though bound by their forms, carried the memory of a love that had burned eternal, a love that had transformed their small world. Beyond the room, in the city's winding streets, the story took root in other ways. The toy maker, hearing of a one-legged soldier and a paper dancer, crafted new figures in their likeness, his hands guided by a sense of reverence. Children playing with their own toys told tales of a brave soldier and a beautiful ballerina, their imaginations weaving new adventures for the lovers who had faced the fire. The tin heart and the sequin, though forgotten on Emile's shelf, became symbols of a truth that lingered in the city's heart, that love, however small, however fleeting, could shine brighter than any flame. Tin and Lila were no more, their forms reduced to ash and metal, but their love was a spark that could not be extinguished. It lived in the moonlight, in the stories, in the quiet moments when the world seemed to pause. They had faced the cruelest of fates, yet they had triumphed their bond, a testament to the power of a steadfast heart. In the end, Tin was not just a soldier, nor Lila just a dancer. They were a promise, a reminder that even in the darkest fires, love could burn eternal. And so, under the moon's gentle watch, the room stood silent, the tin heart and the sequin gleaming softly, their story a whisper that would never fade. Emile slept, the toys waited, and the world turned. But Tin and Lila, in their fiery embrace, had found a forever that no fate could steal. Story: The Emperor's New Clothes. In the glittering kingdom of Lumora, where spires of alabaster pierced the clouds and emerald hills rolled endlessly toward the horizon, there ruled an emperor whose name was whispered with equal parts awe and exasperation. Victor the Magnificent. The title was one he had bestowed upon himself, a reflection of his boundless self-admiration, which shone brighter than the jewels encrusting his throne. Lumora was a land of plenty, its fields bountiful, its rivers teeming with fish, its people industrious. Yet its prosperity was overshadowed by the whims of a ruler who cared less for governance than for the mirror's flattery. Victor's heart beat not for his subjects, nor for the weighty matters of state, but for the silks, velvets, and golden threads that draped his royal frame. The emperor's palace, a sprawling marvel of marble and gold, was less a seat of power than a temple to his vanity. Its halls were lined with mirrors, tall gilded monstrosities that reflected Victor's every angle, from the sweep of his meticulously curled hair to the gleam of his polished boots. Each morning he descended from his canopied bed, swathed in a robe of crimson velvet, and began the ritual that consumed his days, the selection of his attire. His wardrobe chambers, vast as a cathedral, housed garments from every corner of the known world, tunics spun from the silk of Cathayan worms, cloaks dyed with the indigo of distant isles, and sashes embroidered with threads that shimmered like moonlight. No two outfits were worn twice, for Victor believed repetition was the death of magnificence. His courtiers, a weary assembly of nobles and advisors, had long since resigned themselves to their emperor's obsession. They stood in attendance, their faces schooled into expressions of rapt admiration, as Victor paraded before them in one ensemble after another. "Marvelous, your majesty," they would chorus, though their eyes often flickered with fatigue or quiet disdain. The chancellor, a dour man named Bartholomew, had once dared suggest that the treasury's coffers were strained by the emperor's sartorial excesses. Victor had responded with a withering glare and a new tax on wool, ensuring his next cape would be woven with threads of pure silver. The people of Lumora, burdened by such levies, grumbled in their taverns and marketplaces, but their complaints rarely reached the palace. Victor's world was one of flattery and finery, insulated from the struggles of those who toiled to sustain it. The emperor's vanity was not merely a personal quirk. It was the rhythm of the kingdom. Tailors, seamstresses, and jewelers flocked to Lumora, drawn by the promise of royal patronage. Their workshops lined the capital's bustling streets, their signs boasting exotic fabrics and daring designs. Victor's favor was a prize worth any sacrifice, for a single commission could secure a craftsman's fortune or ruin him if his work failed to dazzle. The emperor's taste was fickle, his standards impossible. A gown deemed divine one day might be banished to the servants' quarters. The next, its creator dismissed with a wave of Victor's bejeweled hand. Yet the promise of glory kept the artisans coming, each hoping to be the one to craft the garment that would cement their name in Lumora's history. It was on a crisp autumn morning, when the leaves of Lumora's orchards blazed red and gold, that the kingdom's delicate balance of indulgence and resentment was set to tip. The sun had barely risen when a commotion stirred at the city gates. Two strangers clad in cloaks of peculiar shimmer demanded an audience with the emperor. They introduced themselves as Lorenzo and Fabian master weavers from a far-off land called Eldoria, a place so distant it existed only in whispers and half-forgotten tales. Their accents were smooth, their manners polished, and their eyes gleamed with a cunning that went unnoticed by the gatekeepers, who were too dazzled by their extravagant claims to question their origins. Word of the strangers reached the palace by midday, carried on the tongues of excited guards and curious maids. Victor, lounging in his throne room, was in the midst of inspecting a new doublet emerald green with buttons carved from jade when Chancellor Bartholomew approached his face a mask of cautious intrigue. "Your Majesty," he said, bowing low, "two weavers from Eldoria seek your favor. They claim to possess a skill unmatched in all the world, a craft that could produce a garment worthy of your unparalleled splendor." Victor's eyes, which had been half-lidded with boredom, snapped to attention. "A garment, you say?" He leaned forward, the jade buttons glinting in the sunlight that streamed through the stained glass windows. "What manner of garment could possibly surpass what I already possess?" Bartholomew hesitated, choosing his words with the care of a man navigating a field of thorns. "They speak of a fabric, sire, unlike any other. They say it is woven from threads finer than a spider's web, with colors that shift like the aurora. But—" he paused, his lips twitching as if reluctant to continue. "They claim it can only be seen by those of true wisdom and refinement." Victor's laughter rang out sharp and delighted. "A fabric for the wise. Oh, this I must see." He clapped his hands, sending a flock of servants scurrying to summon the weavers. The courtiers exchanged glances, their expressions a mix of curiosity and unease. A fabric visible only to the intelligent. It sounded like a jest, or worse, a trap. But Victor, intoxicated by the prospect of a garment that would set him above all others, was blind to their doubts. He saw only the chance to cement his legend, to wear a creation that would make every king and queen in the world bow before his magnificence. Lorenzo and Fabian were ushered into the throne room with a flourish of trumpets, their cloaks swirling as they bowed deeply before the emperor. They were an odd pair. Lorenzo tall and lean, with a sharp nose and eyes that darted like a fox's. Fabian shorter, broader, with a smile that was equal parts charm and menace. Their clothes were a patchwork of exotic patterns, as if they had stitched together the remnants of a dozen cultures, and their voices carried a melodic cadence that seemed to weave a spell over the room. "Your Majesty," Lorenzo began, his tone as smooth as polished marble, "we are humbled to stand before the most splendid ruler in all the lands. Your fame as a connoisseur of beauty has reached even the distant shores of Eldoria, and we have traveled across seas and mountains to offer you our greatest creation." Victor, perched on his throne like a peacock displaying its plumes, waved a hand for them to continue. "Speak, weavers. What is this creation you boast of?" Fabian stepped forward, his smile widening. "It is a fabric, sire, born of magic and artistry, woven with threads so delicate they are invisible to the unworthy. Its colors are a symphony, its texture a caress, but only those with hearts pure and minds sharp can behold its glory. To the foolish, it appears as nothing at all." A murmur rippled through the court. The nobles shifted uncomfortably, their eyes flicking to one another, searching for cues. "Invisible to the foolish." The claim was audacious, bordering on insolent, yet Victor's face lit with a childlike glee. "Invisible to fools, you say," he mused, stroking his chin. "Then it is a garment fit for an emperor, for who could be wiser, more refined than I?" The courtiers hastened to agree, their voices overlapping in a chorus of sycophantic praise. "None, your Majesty," cried Lady Seraphine, her fan fluttering like a trapped bird. "Your wisdom is unmatched," echoed Lord Cedric, though his smile was strained. Only Chancellor Bartholomew remained silent, his brow furrowed, but he dared not voice his skepticism. To question the emperor's judgment was to court disgrace, and Bartholomew had seen too many fall to Victor's fickle wrath. "Very well," Victor declared, rising from his throne. "You shall weave this miraculous fabric, and I shall wear it in a grand procession, so that all of Lumora may witness my splendor and their own worth." He clapped his hands, and servants rushed forward with trays of gold coins, bolts of the finest silk, and keys to the palace's grandest workshop. "Spare no expense," he commanded. "This garment will be the crown jewel of my reign." Lorenzo and Fabian bowed again, their faces alight with barely concealed triumph. "We are honored, Your Majesty," Lorenzo said, his voice dripping with false humility. "We shall begin at once, and in 7 days you shall have a garment that will echo through the ages." As the weavers were led away, the court buzzed with excitement and unease. The promise of a fabric visible only to the wise was a riddle, a challenge that hung over the palace like a storm cloud. The nobles whispered among themselves, each secretly wondering if they would see the fabled cloth, or if they would be exposed as fools. Victor, oblivious to their doubts, returned to his mirrors, already imagining the gasps of his subjects as he paraded in a garment no king had ever worn. In the streets of Lumora, word of the weaver's arrival spread like wildfire. Merchants paused, their haggling washerwomen leaned over their tubs, and children darted through the alleys chanting tales of a magical cloth. The people were weary, their backs bent under the weight of taxes levied to fund Victor's wardrobe. But they were also curious, a fabric only the wise could see. It was a story too tantalizing to ignore. Some scoffed, calling it a trick, but others wondered if perhaps the emperor's new clothes would reveal something profound about their kingdom and about themselves. In the palace workshop, Lorenzo and Fabian set to work, or so it appeared. They erected looms that stood empty, their shuttles moving through air, their needles stitching nothing. They spoke in hushed tones of luminous threads and ethereal patterns, their hands busy with pantomime. The servants who peeked through the door saw only the weaver's theatrics, but none dared admit it for fear of being branded ignorant. The stage was set, the players in place, and Lumora, from its golden palace to its humblest hovel, was about to learn the cost of vanity and the power of a well-spun lie. The autumn sun dipped low over Lumora, casting golden rays across the palace's marble towers and bathing the city in a warm, deceptive glow. Inside the grand workshop granted to Lorenzo and Fabian, the air was thick with the clatter of looms that wove nothing, and the murmur of voices spinning tales as intricate as the fabric they claimed to create. The two weavers, their cloaks now discarded to reveal tunics stitched with ostentatious flair, moved with the practiced grace of actors on a stage. Their hands danced over empty frames, their brows furrowed in feigned concentration, and their lips curved with the faintest hint of amusement. The workshop, a cavernous space filled with bolts of unused silk and vats of dye that would never be touched, was their domain, a theater of illusion where the kingdom's fate was being rewoven. One lie at a time, Lorenzo, the taller of the pair, stood at a loom, his long fingers mimicking the motion of threading a shuttle. His sharp eyes flicked to Fabian, who was measuring an invisible bolt of cloth with a wooden rod, his broad face alight with mock seriousness. "The warp is perfect," Lorenzo declared, his voice carrying the weight of authority. "The threads of starlight are aligning precisely with the strands of dawn." This will be a garment to eclipse the heavens themselves. Fabian nodded his smile, a conspiratorial gleam. Indeed, brother. The emperor will shimmer like a god, but only for those wise enough to see. Their words were a lure bait cast into the waters of Lumora's collective vanity. The servants tasked with delivering supplies, gold coins, rare threads, and trays of delicacies to sustain the weaver's labor lingered at the workshop's threshold, their ears straining to catch every syllable. None dared enter unbidden, for the weavers had woven a second spell, the fear of being deemed unworthy. The invisible fabric, they claimed, was not merely a marvel of craftsmanship, but a test of character. To question its existence was to admit one's own folly, and in a court where flattery was currency, such an admission was unthinkable. Outside the palace, the city buzzed with anticipation. The tale of the magical cloth had spread from the cobblestone streets to the thatched roof villages beyond Lumora's walls. In the marketplace, where vendors hawked apples and wool, the talk was of little else. They say it's woven from the breath of angels, a baker whispered to her neighbor, her hands dusted with flour. Only the pure of heart can see it, a blacksmith countered, though his tone carried a trace of doubt. Children less burdened by pride ran through the alleys, giggling as they pretended to wear invisible cloaks. Their games a mockery of the obsession gripping their elders. Yet even among the common folk there was a reluctance to voice skepticism outright. To doubt the cloth was to doubt the emperor, and in Lumora such thoughts were dangerous even if unspoken. Within the palace, Emperor Victor was a man possessed. He paced his throne room, his emerald doublet discarded in favor of a sapphire robe that shimmered with threads of gold. The mirrors lining the walls reflected his restless energy, his eyes alight with visions of the garment that would crown his legacy. A fabric only the wise can see, he murmured, pausing to admire his reflection. It is perfect, it is divine, it is me. His courtiers, ever attentive, nodded in agreement, their faces a gallery of forced smiles and veiled unease. Lady Seraphine, her fan, a blur of silk, cooed about the unparalleled genius of the weavers, while Lord Cedric, his mustache twitching, muttered vague praises about celestial hues. Only Chancellor Bartholomew, his hands clasped tightly behind his back, remained silent, his mind wrestling with a suspicion he dared not name. The Emperor's obsession was not merely a matter of vanity. It was a performance, a declaration of his supremacy over not just Lumora, but the very laws of perception. If the cloth was invisible to fools, then Victor, by wearing it, would prove himself the wisest of all. The procession he had planned, a grand parade through the city, with every citizen invited to witness his splendor, would be more than a display of fashion. It would be a referendum on his reign, a moment when the kingdom would bow before his brilliance, or reveal its own inadequacy. The thought thrilled him, sending a shiver of anticipation down his spine. He imagined the gasps, the cheers, the awestruck faces of his subjects as they beheld a garment no other ruler could claim. He would be a living legend, a sovereign clothed in the stuff of dreams. But even Victor in his fervor was not immune to doubt. Late at night, when the palace was quiet and the mirrors reflected only moonlight, a nagging question crept into his mind. What if he could not see the cloth? The thought was fleeting, dismissed with a shake of his head, but it lingered like a shadow. To banish it, he resolved to send his most trusted advisors to inspect the weaver's progress. If they saw the fabric, his confidence would be restored. If they did not, well, he would deal with that when the time came. The first to be summoned was Chancellor Bartholomew, a man whose intellect was as renowned as his caution. He entered the workshop with a measured stride, his gray eyes scanning the room for signs of deceit. Lorenzo and Fabian greeted him with bows, their faces alight with false deference. "Welcome, Lord Chancellor," Lorenzo said, gesturing to an empty loom. "Behold the first threads of the Emperor's garment. The weave is nearly complete, and its beauty is beyond mortal words." Bartholomew peered at the loom, his heart sinking as he saw nothing but air. The wooden frame stood bare, its strings untouched, yet the weaver's hands moved with such conviction that he felt a flicker of doubt. Was it possible his eyes were failing him, or worse, his mind? The thought was intolerable. He was the Chancellor, the Emperor's right hand, a man whose wisdom had guided Lumora through crises. To admit he saw nothing would be to brand himself a fool unfit for his station. So he straightened his face, a mask of approval, and said, "Remarkable. The colors are vibrant, and the texture is exquisite. His Majesty will be pleased." Lorenzo's eyes gleamed and Fabian's smile widened. "You honor us, Lord Chancellor," Fabian said, bowing again. "Your discernment is as great as we had heard." Bartholomew nodded stiffly, his stomach churning, and retreated from the workshop, his mind a tangle of relief and shame. He had seen nothing, yet he had lied, and in doing so, he had bound himself to the weaver's deception. Next came Lady Seraphine, her gown a cascade of lavender silk, her fan fluttering like a trapped butterfly. She entered the workshop with a trill of laughter, expecting to be dazzled. When she saw the empty looms, her laughter faltered, but only for a moment. "Oh, how divine!" she exclaimed, clasping her hands. "The shimmer, the flow. It's as if the fabric is woven from moonlight itself." Her words were a performance born of fear and flattery, and the weavers played along, describing imaginary patterns and textures that sent her into raptures. She left the workshop beaming her pride intact, her lie a secret she would carry to her grave. Lord Cedric followed his military bearing at odds with the unease in his eyes. He too saw nothing but his loyalty to the Emperor, and his fear of ridicule compelled him to nod approvingly. "A masterpiece," he muttered, his voice gruff. "The Emperor will outshine the sun." Each visitor added to the chorus of false praise, their words piling like stones to build a fortress of deceit. The weavers, emboldened by their success, grew more extravagant in their claims, describing a cloak with constellations embroidered in living light, and a tunic that sang with the voices of the wind. By the 5th day, the court was ablaze with talk of the invisible fabric. Servants whispered of its beauty. Nobles competed to invent the most poetic descriptions, and even the guards at the palace gates spoke of a garment that defied the eye of the unworthy. The weavers meanwhile pocketed the gold and silk delivered daily, their laughter echoing in the workshop long after the visitors had gone. They knew their scheme was flawless, for it preyed not on the Emperor's vanity alone, but on the collective fear of a kingdom too proud to admit the truth. Victor, buoyed by the reports of his advisors, grew impatient to see the fabric for himself. On the 6th day, he announced his intention to visit the workshop, a decision that sent a ripple of panic through the court. The nobles who had staked their reputations on their glowing reviews exchanged nervous glances. What if the emperor saw nothing? Would he expose their lies, or would he too fall prey to the weaver's spell? Chancellor Bartholomew, his face pale, suggested that the emperor wait until the garment was complete, but Victor waved him off. "I will see it now," he declared, his voice ringing with authority. "If this fabric is as wondrous as you claim, I must behold it with my own eyes." The court assembled in a glittering procession, their silks and satins a pale imitation of the splendor they imagined awaited them. Victor led the way, his sapphire robe trailing behind him, his crown catching the light of the chandeliers. Lorenzo and Fabian, alerted to the emperor's arrival, prepared their grandest performance. Yet, they draped an invisible cloak over a wooden stand, their hands moving with reverent care, and stood ready to greet their royal patron. As Victor stepped into the workshop, the air grew still. The weavers bowed low, their faces alight with feigned awe. "Your Majesty," Lorenzo said, his voice a velvet caress, "we present the first piece of your divine garment. Behold the cloak of eternity woven from the dreams of the gods." Victor's eyes fixed on the stand, and his smile froze. There was nothing there, nothing but air, a wooden frame, and the expectant gazes of his court. His heart thudded, a cold sweat prickling at his brow. He saw nothing. Yet the weaver's words, the noble's praises, and the weight of his own legend pressed down on him. To admit the truth was to confess his own inadequacy, to tarnish the myth of Victor the Magnificent. So he smiled a dazzling, brittle smile and said, "It is extraordinary, a triumph beyond compare." The court erupted in applause, their relief palpable. Lorenzo and Fabian exchanged a glance, their triumph complete. The emperor, like his advisors, had fallen into their trap, and the stage was set for a spectacle that would shake Lumora to its core. The palace of Lumora hummed with a feverish energy, as if the very stones of its walls had absorbed the weaver's audacious lie and begun to pulse with it. The 7th day since Lorenzo and Fabian's arrival dawned crisp and golden, the autumn air carrying a hint of frost that sharpened the senses. In the grand workshop, the two charlatans continued their pantomime, their hands weaving invisible threads through looms that stood as empty as the promises they sold. The room was a stage, its props bolts of untouched silk, vats of dye, and gleaming scissors carefully arranged to sustain the illusion. Yet the true machinery of their deception lay not in the tools, but in the minds of those who entered each visitor, ensnared by the fear of being deemed unworthy. Emperor Victor, having glimpsed the cloak of eternity and declared it a triumph, was now a prisoner of his own pronouncement. His visit to the workshop had been a moment of private panic, a fleeting confrontation with the void where the promised fabric should have been. But his smile, his words of praise had sealed his fate. To retract them now would be to admit not just error, but inadequacy, a flaw. No emperor, least of all Victor the Magnificent, could afford. So he doubled down his enthusiasm for the invisible garment, growing more fervent with each passing hour. In the throne room, he spoke of little else. his voice ringing with a conviction that masked the doubt gnawing at his heart. "This will be a procession like no other," he declared, his sapphire robe swirling as he paced. "The world will see Lumora's glory reflected in my splendor." The courtiers, ever attuned to their sovereign's mood, echoed his fervor with a zeal that bordered on desperation. Lady Seraphine, her lavender gown now complemented by a feathered headdress, spun tales of the fabric's ethereal luminescence, her words a tapestry of flattery and fear. Lord Cedric, his military medals gleaming, boasted of the garment's strategic elegance, as if a cloak could win wars. Even Chancellor Bartholomew, whose skepticism had once flickered like a candle in the dark, now nodded along his lips, pressed into a thin line. The court had become a chorus, each voice amplifying the others, their collective lie, a fortress no one dared breach. But the deception was not confined to the palace. The city of Lumora, from its bustling marketplace to its quiet hamlets, was caught in the same spell. The weaver's tale had spread like wildfire, fanned by gossip and curiosity. In the taverns, merchants debated the nature of the magical cloth, their voices hushed as if speaking too loudly might reveal their doubts. "They say it's lighter than a feather." A cobbler mused, his hands busy with a boot, and brighter than the sun, added a seamstress, though her needle paused as she glanced away. The common folk, burdened by taxes to fund the emperor's wardrobe, were torn between resentment and fascination. Some whispered that the weavers were frauds, their promises too outlandish to be true, but others, seduced by the idea of a fabric that separated the wise from the foolish, clung to the hope that they too might prove their worth by seeing it. The weavers Lorenzo and Fabian played their roles with masterful precision. They worked late into the night, their workshop lit by flickering torches that cast long shadows across the empty looms. Servants tasked with delivering yet more gold and silk reported hearing the weavers' voices. Lorenzo's smooth cadence describing threads spun from the breath of comets. Fabian's deeper tones marveling at patterns that dance like the northern lights. The servants too were ensnared, their reports to the court filled with awe they did not feel. "The garment is nearly complete," they said, their eyes averted, and the court, desperate to believe, accepted their words as truth. On the 8th day, Victor summoned his advisors to the throne room for a final report before the grand procession, now just 2 days away. The room was a riot of color, the nobles' garments a kaleidoscope of silks and velvets, as if they sought to outshine the emperor's invisible attire. Victor sat on his throne, his crown tilted at a rakish angle, his fingers drumming impatiently on the armrest. "Tell me," he said, his voice a mix of excitement and command. "How fares my garment? Is it as divine as you promised?" Chancellor Bartholomew, chosen as the court's spokesman, stepped forward, his face a mask of solemnity. He had visited the workshop again that morning, hoping against hope to see something, anything that would justify the lie he had helped build. But the looms remained empty, the weaver's hands moving through air, their smiles taunting him with their confidence. His heart had raced, his mind screaming the truth, but his tongue had betrayed him once more. "Your Majesty," he said now, his voice steady, despite the turmoil within, "the garment is a marvel beyond comprehension. Its colors shift like the seasons. Its texture is softer than a cloud. The weavers are geniuses. and Lumora is blessed to witness their craft. The court erupted in applause, their relief palpable. Lady Seraphine clapped her fan against her palm, her eyes bright with feigned delight. Lord Cedric nodded vigorously, his mustache quivering as he added, "It is a garment fit for the gods, sire. Your procession will be the envy of every kingdom." The nobles' voices overlapped, each striving to outdo the others in their praise. Their words a symphony of self-deception. Victor beamed his doubts, momentarily silenced by the tide of adulation. "Then it is settled," he said, rising from his throne. "Tomorrow I shall try on this masterpiece, and the day after I shall lead the procession that will etch my name in history." But the court's unity was a fragile thing, a veneer cracked by private fears. In their chambers that night, the nobles wrestled with their consciences. Lady Seraphine, brushing her hair before a silver mirror, stared at her reflection and whispered, "What if I see nothing tomorrow? What if I am the fool?" Lord Cedric, polishing his medals, muttered curses under his breath, his pride warring with his suspicion. Even Bartholomew, the most resolute among them, paced his study, his hands clasped behind his back. He had served 3 emperors, navigated wars and famines. Yet this lie, this absurd invisible cloth, threatened to undo him. He considered confronting the weavers, demanding proof. But the thought of standing alone against the court's collective delusion stopped him. Cold. Better to play along, he told himself, than to risk ruin. In the workshop, Lorenzo and Fabian reveled in their triumph. The gold coins piled high in their trunks, the silk bolts untouched, but claimed as sacrifices to the weave. They laughed as they stitched the final pieces of the emperor's garment, their hands tracing imaginary seams. "The emperor is a peacock," Lorenzo said, his voice low with amusement, "and his court a flock of parrots squawking whatever he desires." Fabian chuckled, his fingers cutting an invisible sleeve. "And the people? They'll cheer for nothing too, if it means proving they're not fools. This is the easiest gold we've ever earned." Their confidence was not misplaced, for the lie had taken on a life of its own. The servants, the nobles, the emperor himself, each had added their own thread to the fabric of deception, weaving a tapestry so dense it seemed unbreakable. Yet in the city below, a different current stirred. Among the common folk, the whispers of doubt grew louder, though still cautious. A baker's apprentice, a wiry boy named Eli, listened to his father's tales of the magical cloth and frowned. "If it's invisible, how do we know it's there?" he asked, his voice clear and unafraid. His father hushed him, glancing nervously at the tavern's other patrons. But Eli's question lingered, a spark in the dry tinder of Lumora's collective mind. The weavers, unaware of the boy's words, continued their charade, preparing for the emperor's fitting. They draped an invisible tunic over a wooden stand, hung an unseen cloak on a peg, and polished their performance to a sheen. When Victor arrived the next morning, the workshop was a shrine to their deception, every detail crafted to dazzle and deceive. The emperor, flanked by his court, stepped inside, his eyes alight with anticipation. Lorenzo and Fabian bowed low, their faces solemn, but their hearts racing with glee. "Your Majesty," Lorenzo said, gesturing to the empty stand, "behold your garment complete at last. The tunic is woven from the sighs of dawn, the cloak from the laughter of stars. It is yours and yours alone to wear as the wisest of kings." Victor approached the stand, his breath catching as he stared at nothing. The air was empty, the stand bare, yet the weaver's words, the court's expectant gazes, and the weight of his own myth pressed down on him. His heart thudded. His palms grew damp, but he forced a smile, his voice ringing with false certainty. "It is perfection," he said, his eyes fixed on the void. "I have never seen anything so splendid." The court gasped their applause, a tidal wave of relief. Lady Seraphine swooned, her fan fluttering wildly. Lord Cedric thumped his chest as if saluting a victory. Bartholomew bowed his head, his silence a surrender. The weavers, their smiles hidden behind bowed heads, presented the garment to Victor, their hands miming the act of dressing him. The emperor stood tall. His bare shoulders squared his pride, a shield against the truth. As the court prepared for the procession, the lie grew heavier, its weight borne by every soul in Lumora. The nobles, the servants, the citizens, all were complicit, bound by a shared fear of exposure. Yet in the heart of the city, Eli the apprentice sharpened his gaze, his young mind unclouded by the vanity that blinded his elders. The stage was set, the players poised, and the truth, like a blade, waited in the wings. The morning of the grand procession dawned over Lumora with a brilliance that seemed to mock the deception woven into its heart. The sky was a flawless blue, the autumn sun gilding the city's spires and rooftops, and a crisp breeze carried the scent of fallen leaves and anticipation. The streets, usually alive with the clamor of merchants and carts, were transformed into a festival of color. Banners of crimson and gold fluttered from every lamppost. Garlands of ivy and chrysanthemums draped the doorways, and the cobblestones had been swept clean to form a gleaming path for the emperor's parade. The people of Lumora, from the wealthiest guild masters to the humblest laborers, poured out of their homes, their faces alight with curiosity and pride. They had come to see their Emperor Victor the Magnificent in the garment that promised to reveal not just his splendor, but their own worth. In the palace, the air was thick with nervous energy. The throne room where Victor prepared for his moment of triumph was a whirlwind of activity. Servants scurried about, polishing his crown until it gleamed like a second sun, brushing non-existent lint from his imaginary tunic, and adjusting the invisible cloak that the weavers Lorenzo and Fabian had presented with theatrical reverence. The emperor stood before his tallest mirror, his bare chest puffed out, his chin tilted at an angle that he believed conveyed both majesty and wisdom. The mirror reflected nothing but his own form, unclothed, save for the crown and a pair of velvet slippers embroidered with pearls. But Victor's eyes saw what his pride demanded: a garment of unparalleled beauty, a cascade of light and color that marked him as the greatest ruler in the world. The courtiers, arrayed in their finest silks and satins, formed a semicircle around him, their faces a gallery of forced adoration. Lady Seraphine, her feathered headdress trembling with every breath, clasped her hands and sighed. "Your Majesty, you are a vision. The cloth is celestial, a masterpiece that humbles us all, Lord." Cedric, his metals clinking as he bowed, added, "The kingdom will never forget this day, sire. Your radiance is a beacon for us all, Chancellor Bartholomew." His gray eyes, shadowed with unease, managed only a curt nod. His silence, a thin shield against the lie he could no longer escape. The noble's words were a chorus, each note carefully pitched to drown out the truth that gnawed at their consciences. Lorenzo and Fabian, standing discreetly at the edge of the room, watched the scene with barely concealed glee. Their trunks, hidden in a rented attic on the city's outskirts, were stuffed with the gold and silk they had siphoned from the palace, and their escape was already planned, a swift departure at midnight when the city would be too drunk on celebration to notice. For now they played their roles to perfection, bowing low as Victor turned to them. "Weavers," he said, his voice ringing with royal authority, "you have outdone yourselves. This garment is the crown of my reign. Lumira owes you a debt of gratitude. Your Majesty's praise is our greatest reward." Lorenzo replied, his tone dripping with false humility. Fabian, his broad face split by a smile, added, "We are honored to have clothed the wisest of kings in a fabric only the worthy can see." Their words were a final twist of the knife, a reminder of the spell they had cast over the kingdom. Victor, oblivious to their mockery, nodded graciously, then swept out of the throne room, his courtiers trailing like a flock of brightly colored birds. The procession began at the palace gates, where a fanfare of trumpets split the morning air. The royal guard, resplendent in scarlet uniforms, formed a corridor through which Victor would pass, their swords raised in salute. Behind them the crowd stretched as far as the eye could see, a sea of faces, merchants in velvet caps, washerwomen with calloused hands, children perched on their parents' shoulders, all eager to witness the emperor's fabled garment. The air buzzed with excitement, with whispers of magical cloth, and only the wise, each voice adding to the collective delusion that had gripped Lumora. Victor stepped into the sunlight, his bare skin kissed by the autumn breeze, his crown catching the light like a beacon. He moved with the grace of a man who believed himself clothed in divinity. His strides measured, his head held high. The invisible cloak which Lorenzo had draped over his shoulders was held aloft by a pair of pages, their young faces schooled into expressions of awe as they carried nothing but air. The crowd erupted in cheers, their applause a thunderous wave that rolled through the streets. "Look at the emperor," they cried. "What splendor, what beauty!" Their voices were a cacophony of flattery, each shout a shield against the fear of being branded foolish. The nobles followed their banners, fluttering their faces alight with feigned rapture. Lady Seraphine waved her fan, her smile as brittle as glass. Lord Cedric marched with military precision, his eyes fixed on the horizon. Bartholomew at the rear kept his gaze on the ground as if hoping to vanish into it. The weavers, mingling with the crowd, watched from a safe distance, their laughter masked by the roar of the throng. They had planned to slip away before the procession's end, but the spectacle was too delicious to abandon just yet. "They cheer for nothing," Fabian whispered, his voice thick with amusement, "and they'll keep cheering until the gold runs dry." Lorenzo replied, his eyes glinting with triumph. The procession wound through the city, past the marketplace, where vendors paused their trade, past the cathedral, where priests peered from arched windows, past the taverns, where drunks raised their mugs in sloppy toasts. The crowd's fervor grew with each step, their shouts weaving a tapestry of adoration that seemed to lift Victor higher. He basked in it, his smile widening his doubts buried beneath the weight of their praise. He was the magnificent, the wise, the unparalleled, and this moment, his moment, would echo through the ages. But not all eyes were blinded by the lie. In the heart of the crowd near a baker's stall, piled high with loaves, stood Eli, the apprentice boy whose clear voice had already stirred whispers of doubt. He was small for his age, with a mop of brown hair and eyes that sparkled with a curiosity untainted by pride. His father, a burly baker named Jonas, had brought him to the procession, hoping to instill a sense of loyalty to the crown. But Eli, clutching a crust of rye bread, watched the emperor with a frown. The cheers around him were deafening, the descriptions of shimmering colors and heavenly threads relentless. Yet all he saw was a man in his undergarments parading as if clothed in glory. Eli tugged at his father's sleeve, his voice barely audible over the din. "Papa, why is everyone shouting? The emperor's not wearing anything." Jonas, his face flushed with the crowd's excitement, shushed him sharply. "Hush, boy. Don't talk nonsense. The cloth is for the wise. Don't you want to be wise?" But Eli, undeterred, shook his head. "I am wise, Papa, and I see nothing. He's naked." His words, small but sharp, cut through the noise like a blade. A woman nearby, a seamstress with tired eyes, turned to look. A blacksmith, his arms crossed, paused mid-cheer. A child perched on her mother's shoulders giggled and repeated naked. The crowd's rhythm faltered, a ripple of hesitation spreading from Eli's corner. The cheers grew uneven, some voices trailing off others, rising in defiance. The seamstress whispered to her neighbor, "The boy's right. There's nothing there." The blacksmith muttered, "I thought I was the only one." The child's giggle became a chant picked up by other children, their voices a chorus of unfiltered truth. Victor, striding at the head of the procession, sensed the shift. The applause, once a tidal wave, began to ebb, replaced by murmurs and stifled laughter. He glanced over his shoulder, his smile tightening, but the pages still held the cloak aloft. The nobles still marched, their faces frozen in rictus grins. He told himself it was nothing, a momentary lapse in the crowd's devotion. He was the emperor, clothed in the finest garment ever woven, and they would see it. They had to see it. But the ripple became a wave. The laughter spread first. A chuckle, then a roar as the crowd's collective delusion shattered. "He's naked," a man shouted, his voice bold with newfound courage. "The emperor's got no clothes," a woman echoed, her hands cupped around her mouth. The children, gleeful in their honesty, clapped and chanted, their voices piercing the air. The nobles faltered, their banners drooping. Lady Seraphine's fan fell still, her face pale. Lord Cedric's march lost its rhythm. Bartholomew closed his eyes as if praying for the earth to swallow him. Lorenzo and Fabian, sensing the tide turning, began to edge toward an alley, their smiles replaced by grim determination. The crowd was no longer a shield, but a threat, and their escape could not wait. They slipped through the throng, their cloaks pulled tight, their trunks of gold waiting beyond the city gates. Victor, his heart pounding, stopped in the middle of the street. The laughter was a storm, now relentless and cruel, stripping away the myth he had built. He looked down, his eyes confirming what his pride had denied. He was bare, exposed, a king without a cloak. The truth was a blade, and it cut deep, but Victor was not yet ready to bleed. He squared his shoulders, raised his chin, and resumed his march, his face a mask of defiance. The crowd's laughter followed him, but he would not falter. Not yet. He was the emperor, and emperors did not admit defeat. The laughter of Lumora's people echoed through the streets, a cacophony that seemed to shake the very foundations of the city. The grand procession meant to be Emperor Victor's crowning moment had unraveled into a spectacle of humiliation, its splendor stripped bare by the clear, unyielding voice of a boy named Eli. The cobblestone path, once a stage for the Emperor's imagined glory, now bore witness to his exposure. Each step a testament to the fragility of pride. The banners of crimson and gold drooped, the garlands of ivy and chrysanthemums sagged, and the crowd, no longer bound by the spell of the weaver's lie, roared with a mix of mockery and liberation. For the first time in years, Lumora spoke with one voice, and it was the voice of truth. Victor marched on his bare shoulders, squared his crown glinting defiantly in the autumn sun. The laughter was a physical thing, a weight pressing against his chest, but he refused to falter. His face, flushed with a heat that had nothing to do with the breeze, remained a mask of regal composure, though his eyes betrayed a flicker of panic. He could feel the gazes of his subjects, not the adoring stares he had envisioned, but sharp dissecting looks that saw him for what he was, a man, not a myth, clothed in nothing but his own delusion. The pages behind him, still holding the invisible cloak, shuffled awkwardly, their young faces torn between duty and embarrassment. The nobles, trailing in a disheveled line, were a study in disarray. Lady Seraphine's feathered headdress wilting Lord Cedric's medals, clinking out of rhythm. Chancellor Bartholomew's head bowed as if to shield himself from the storm. The crowd's laughter was not cruel, not entirely. It was the laughter of release of a people who had long borne the weight of their emperor's excesses, the taxes that funded his wardrobe, the decrees that prioritized silk over bread, the unspoken rule that flattery was the price of survival. Eli's words, "The emperors got no clothes," had been a spark igniting a truth that had smoldered in their hearts for years. The seamstress who had whispered her agreement now laughed openly, her hands no longer trembling. The blacksmith, his arms uncrossed, clapped a neighbor on the back, his guffaw a declaration of freedom. The children, chanting and giggling, danced through the crowd, their innocence, a mirror that reflected the absurdity of the day. Victor, for all his pride, was not deaf to the shift. Each laugh, each shout was a blow to the edifice he had built, the myth of Victor the Magnificent, the emperor whose wisdom and splendor were beyond question. He wanted to stop, to turn back, to retreat to the safety of his mirrors where the truth could be reshaped. But to flee now would be to admit defeat, to confirm the crowd's judgment. So he pressed forward, his strides deliberate, his chin lifted as if daring the world to laugh louder. The procession was no longer a celebration, but a gauntlet, and Victor, naked and exposed, was determined to endure it. In the shadows of an alley, Lorenzo and Fabian moved swiftly, their cloaks pulled tight to conceal their faces. The crowd's laughter, while a triumph of their scheme, was also a signal that their time in Lumora had run out. The gold and silk they had amassed weighed heavily in their trunks. But wealth was no shield against a mob that had tasted truth. They slipped through the city's back streets, their steps quick and silent, their minds already on the ship that waited at a distant port. "A pity we couldn't stay for the finale," Fabian muttered, his voice low. "But the emperor's shame is payment enough," Lorenzo replied, a smirk tugging at his lips. They vanished into the dusk, leaving Lumora to reckon with the wreckage of their deception. Back in the procession, the nobles struggled to maintain their composure. Lady Seraphine, her fan now clutched like a lifeline, whispered to a nearby lady-in-waiting. How could this happen? We saw the cloth. The lady-in-waiting, her own face pale, hissed back. We saw what we wanted to see. Lord Cedric, his military bearing crumbling, barked at a page to hold the cloak higher, as if the gesture could salvage their dignity. Chancellor Bartholomew, walking at the rear, felt a weight settle in his chest. Not just shame, but a quiet anger at himself, at the court, at the emperor who had led them to this moment. He had known deep down that the weaver's tale was a lie, yet he had chosen silence over courage. Now the price of that choice was laid bare for all to see. The procession reached the city's central square, where a grand platform had been erected for Victor to address his people. The crowd, packed shoulder to shoulder, spilled into the surrounding streets, their laughter giving way to a restless anticipation. They wanted to see what the emperor would do, how he would face the truth that had stripped him bare. Victor ascended the platform, his movements stiff, his eyes scanning the sea of faces. He saw amusement, pity, defiance, but also something else, a flicker of respect perhaps for his refusal to crumble. Or maybe it was just his pride conjuring one last illusion. He raised his hands and the crowd fell silent, their eyes locked on the man who had ruled them with mirrors and silk. Victor's voice, when he spoke, was steady, though it carried a tremor that betrayed his turmoil. People of Lumora, he began, his words echoing across the square. You have gathered to witness a spectacle, and a spectacle you have received. But know this, I am your emperor, clothed or unclothed, and my reign is not defined by a single moment. The crowd murmured, some nodding, others scoffing. A woman near the front, her apron stained with flour, called out, "Where's your magical cloth, sire?" Laughter rippled again, but Victor held his ground, his gaze unwavering. The cloth was a test, he said, improvising with a desperation that bordered on brilliance. A test of loyalty, of faith in your emperor. You have passed, for you have seen the truth and spoken it. Lumora is stronger for it. It was a lie, a final grasp at dignity. But it was a lie. The crowd was willing to entertain. Some clapped their applause, tentative but growing. Others remained silent, their eyes skeptical but not unkind. The truth had been spoken, and with it came a strange relief, a sense that the kingdom could move forward, not as a land of illusions, but as one grounded in reality. Victor descended the platform, his nobles rushing to surround him, their cloaks offered to shield his bare form. He waved them off, striding back to the palace with the same defiance that had carried him through the streets. In the days that followed, Lumora changed. The weavers, Lorenzo and Fabian, were never seen again, their ship vanishing into the horizon with their ill-gotten gains. The palace, once a temple to Victor's vanity, grew quieter, its mirrors draped with cloth as if in mourning. The emperor, chastened but not broken, issued a decree forgiving the taxes that had funded his wardrobe, a gesture that earned him a cautious goodwill from his people. He still loved finery, but his obsession was tempered, his mirrors no longer the arbiters of his worth. The nobles, too, were transformed. Lady Seraphine retired her feathered headdresses, her laughter softer, her flattery less extravagant. Lord Cedric, humbled by the parade, spoke less of glory and more of duty. Chancellor Bartholomew, his silence, a wound that would never fully heal, became an advocate for candor, urging the court to speak truth even when it stung. The people of Lumora, their laughter now a memory, found a new pride, not in their emperor's splendor, but in their own resilience, their ability to see through the lie and emerge stronger. And Eli, the boy whose voice had shattered the illusion, became a quiet legend. He returned to his father's bakery, his days filled with kneading dough and sweeping floors, but his name was whispered with reverence. Parents told their children his story, a tale of a boy who saw what others refused to see, who spoke when others stayed silent. Eli himself cared little for the fame. He was content to watch the world from behind his counter, his eyes as clear as ever, his heart unburdened by the weight of pride. Lumora, for all its scars, learned to laugh again, not at its emperor, but with him at the absurdity of a kingdom that had once believed in invisible cloth. The procession meant to glorify a man had instead glorified a truth that vanity was a fragile thing, easily pierced by the smallest voice, and that a kingdom's strength lay not in its illusions, but in its courage to face the mirror unclothed and unafraid.